Chapter 391 Unwavering. Chapter 391 Unwavering. The Spirit Sea was definitely not a blessed place in the eyes of everyone. This was a place where countless elites and paragons have been consumed. Right now, there were few cultivators who dared to attempt it. Su Zimo and Baiyu's rush into the Spirit Sea one after another caused a commotion. Initially, the water surface merely surged with waves. However, after the two of them entered, the Spirit Sea seemed to have been agitated and turned tumultuous. Gigantic waves over 100,000 feet tall were formed, crashing down with tremendous auras. Su Zimo and Baiyu froze at the same time, looking at the towering wave before them with stunned expressions. This was the power of heaven and earth, and was impossible for humans to resist. In the face of the raging wave, Su Zimo and Baiyu appeared tiny and insignificant. Bang! Boom! Boom! The massive wave crashed and absorbed the two of them into the sea. Even golden cores would find it hard to resist such power. Before he was sucked in, Su Zimo hurriedly took a deep breath of air and held it. In the blink of an eye, the two of them were devoured. Now that he truly entered the Spirit Sea, Su Zimo experienced the saber chi that those cultivators were talking about. Every single drop of seawater possessed an infinitely sharp intent, slicing at his body from all directions like a blade. Even with his powerful body, he could feel slight waves of pain. Su Zimo was secretly shocked. If any ordinary cultivator were absorbed by the Spirit Sea, they would most likely be torn into pieces within 10 breaths. All of a sudden, Su Zimo's mind flashed with a warning as the water current behind him fluctuated unusually. It was as though an extremely sharp object was cutting through the waves towards him. It's Baiyu. Even after entering the Spirit Sea, Baiyu did not give up on hunting down Su Zimo. Su Zimo exerted all his force and leaped like a water dragon, resurfacing above the water. He tread on the water and continued sprinting towards the Saber Mountain. Baiyu was hot on his heels. In front of them, the waves rumbled louder and louder. The ocean spray was like a white line between the sky and the sea, resembling a massive army charging at them with ferocious momentum. In the blink of an eye, Su Zimo and Baiyu were swallowed by the wave once more. They resurfaced time and again only to be eaten up by the waves repeatedly. Under the baptism of the endless saber chi, even Su Zimo was feeling pressured. The deeper into the Spirit Sea, the more terrifying the power of the waves became. The sea howled relentlessly and the waves surged, as if they could not calm down unless they ate Su Zimo and Baiyu. The two of them slowed down. The distance between the two of them increased as well. In terms of physique, Baiyu could not match Su Zimo's after all. By now, Baiyu was already feeling a little exhausted and dizzy. The longer they were in the Spirit Sea, the more saber chi they would accumulate within their body. Once the limit it could endure was reached, the body would be shredded up by the endless saber chi, causing the flesh, tendons, bones and organs to be cut up. Baiyu could already sense the saber chi of the Spirit Sea invading his organs. With a leap, he appeared on the surface of the sea and took a deep breath of air. There was a faint taste of salt at the bottom of his throat. I can't chase anymore. Baiyu's heart skipped a beat. He would still have a chance if he were to return to shore right now. If he truly entered the depths of the Spirit Sea, it would be too late even if he wanted to retreat at that time. His eyes were filled with hatred as he looked at Su Zimo, who was still floating in the Spirit Sea. He was indignant that he could not get to kill Su Zimo personally. However, to him, Su Zimo would definitely die if the latter continued to advance. That was because the waves of the deep sea would only turn more ferocious, and the saber chi would be even sharper. At that thought, Baiyu scoffed coldly and turned for the shore. As for Su Zimo, he was getting further and further from the shore. Su Zimo did not bother about what Baiyu did. In the Spirit Sea, given Baiyu's physique, there was no way the latter could catch up to him. Su Zimo's attention was entirely focused on how he should deal with the waves crashing from all directions, on how he should pass the test to reach the Saber Mountain. After arriving on the shore, Baiyu's face was pale as he assumed a lotus position right away to channel his bloodlines so as to purge away the saber chi in his body. A long time later, thousands of cultivators stood at the shore and watched the tiny figure. All of them were shocked with agape mouths. 4 hours had passed, and that man was still struggling through the spirit sea. This was an outcome that none of them had expected. At this moment, even though Su Zimo appeared tiny, none of them viewed him as a pathetic being. His unyielding will moved everyone. It was the same for the path of cultivation as well. If one did not have a will and determination as such, how could they reach the very end? Could he truly be able to obtain the Saber Emperor's inheritance? I don't think so. Throughout history, only one person has succeeded. This person can't do it. By the looks of it, I don't think he can hold out for much longer. Many cultivators discussed softly. Suddenly, Baiyu opened his eyes and let out a long breath, adding a tinge of redness back to his face. He had finally expelled all the saber chi in his body after 4 hours of cultivation. However, during this period of time, Su Zimo was still advancing against the tide, fighting against the surging waves and the sharp saber chi. I don't believe that you'll be able to reach the Saber Mountain. Baiyu glared ahead coldly and mumbled with grit teeth. Right then, another torrential wave surfaced on the sea far away, crashing heavily onto the figure. The figure shuddered and disappeared into the sea once more. This was a sight that the cultivators were numb and used to. Not long later, that figure would resurface once more. 15 minutes passed and nothing happened. After an hour, it was the same. The person seemed to have disappeared. The joy in Baiyu's eyes intensified. After 2 hours, the crowd was finally certain that the scholarly green-robed cultivator had perished in the spirit sea. Sigh, it's a little regrettable. If that person had a high cultivation realm, he might have truly passed the test. That's right, he was only at 5 Meridian Foundation establishment. With that potential, his future accomplishments are limitless. The two cultivators spoke in a regretful tone. When he heard that, Baiyu, who was on a reef at the front, looked grim and killing intent surged within him. With a flash, he arrived before the two cultivators and cut twice without saying anything. Poof! Poof! Flashes of blood appeared. The 2 slashes were extremely fast. Coupled with the fact that the two cultivators were totally unprepared, their necks were sliced by Baiyu instantly and blood sprayed everywhere as they died on the shore with eyes widened in regret. The Tao of Zenith's sect was to kill. If one wanted to kill, they killed, regardless of reason or explanation. The remaining cultivators were shocked and dispersed hurriedly, running as far as they could from Baiyu. Baiyu looked calm even after killing 2 people, as if he had done something perfectly normal. Returning to a reef, he continued cultivating with closed eyes. No one else knew. At the bottom of the spirit sea, a figure was walking forth step by step. Stepping on the sand at the bottom of the sea, he wielded a blood-colored saber in his left hand. Although he was already covered with wounds, he continued forging ahead. The bottom of the spirit sea was dark and cold. Yet those eyes shone with a bright light that was unwavering like a mountain. Chapter 392 Breakthrough. Chapter 392 Breakthrough. It was getting increasingly difficult to travel on the surface of the sea. The power of the waves was too strong, and Su Zimo's body was already breaking apart from the relentless impacts. His organs were already shaking violently. He would definitely die if he continued that way. As such, Su Zimo could only take a deep breath of air and sink to the bottom of the sea. The bottom of the sea was filled with white bones. Those were the elites that have died in the spirit sea over countless years. Stepping on their bones, Su Zimo advanced slowly. The bottom of the sea was much calmer compared to the surface without any shocking or turbulent waves. However, there was the undercurrent. Deep in the sea, Su Zimo had to endure even more pressure with the endless saber chi alongside going against the current. There were countless times when he was pushed back by the undercurrent. However, each time, he got back up and continued advancing. As time passed by, the saber chi within Su Zimo's body was already at his limit. Wounds appeared on his flesh, blood vessels, tendons, bones, and organs as the sharp saber chi crisscrossed. Su Zimo's skin had already split open and blood was oozing out. There were spiderweb-like cracks all over Su Zimo's body and it looked horrifying. He grunted and stopped in his tracks. If this continued, his life force would be completely destroyed by the saber chi. Suzumo sat on the ground and burst forth with his power of blood chi. He was not worried about his demonic cultivation being exposed now that he was at the bottom of the sea. The sound of tsunami, rumbling thunder, tigers and leopards, as well as an odd sound that was rather familiar, emanated out from his body in a terrifying manner. Dragon's roar! A thought flashed through Suzumo's mind. This fourth sound was the dragon's roar that he had heard back in the primordial ruins. It possessed a vastness, majesty, and solemnness that came from the primordial era. The half a dragon's egg that Suzumo ate left an irremovable mark in his body. At the same time, he began to circulate the mental technique of the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness. If he wanted to survive, he would first have to suppress the saber chi within him. From the initial body tempering section, he carried on with tendons transformation, bones strengthening, marrow cleansing, organs refinement, and finally ended at orifice clearing. Suzumo chanted the 6 sutras internally and circulated their mantras mentally, cycling them continuously within his body. A wild bovine demon king appeared behind Suzumo. Plowing through the heavens, its horns were sharp as spears as it raised its head furiously, threatening to tear the firmaments apart. After a slight delay, another phantom appeared. This time round, it was a massive bear demon that stood upright and howled into the skies. Right after, an anaconda circled around with cold eyes. A towering ape demon stood with bloodshot eyes, roaring in an untamed manner as it pounded its chest and stomped its feet. The dull thuds produced sounded like a god drumming from the heavens. On his back, a divine steed with bone spikes galloped over, cracking the voids everywhere its hooves landed in a frightening manner. Right after, the phantoms of the white tiger and spirit leopard appeared, bearing their menacing fangs as they lunged over. Billions of lightning bolts coiled around Suzumo's body blindingly. In that sea of lightning, the phantoms of countless demon kings appeared, howling into the skies with endless might as they fought against the saber chi within Suzumo's body. In front of everyone, the surface of the sea that had returned to normalcy suddenly started surging once more with torrential waves without any warning at all. It was as though a terrifying life form of the ancient era was awakening at the bottom of the sea. Could that man be alive? It can't be, right? The cultivators were filled with doubt. Bayu's eyes flashed with suspicion. Deep in the sea, saber-chi streaked rampantly, leaving wounds both inside and outside Suzumo's body. His bloodline rumbled and wounds were healed to normal the moment they oozed with traces of blood. Destruction and repair, destruction and repair. The cycle continued. Intense pain stimulated Suzumo's nerves. However, his gaze was only burning brighter. Suzumo's blood, flesh, tendons, bones, meridians and organs underwent a transformation once more under the cycle. It wouldn't be long before his mouth orifice would be cleared as well. Whether or not he obtained the Saber Emperor's inheritance, this was not a trip in vain. There was no way he would be able to clear his mouth orifice within a month without pressure as such. A long time later, Suzumo's body shuddered and he suddenly opened his mouth, letting out a howl. Given the terrifying pressure of his surroundings, seawater would gush in the moment he opened his mouth. Doing it was simply courting death. However, as he howled, the phantoms of the demon kings behind him howled at the same time. A tremendous sound wave was released, causing endless ripples and forced back the seawater around him. His mouth orifice was cleared. At this point of his cultivation, of the 7 orifices, his eye orifices were the only ones yet to be cleared. After howling, the seawater drowned Suzumo in an even more turbulent manner, crashing repeatedly. As though it was provoked, the saber-chi turned even wilder. Crack! 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 The phantom of the demon kings dispersed. The next moment, an even more terrifying aura appeared. Behind Suzumo, a blood-colored butterfly appeared. It seemed illusory and surreal with 2 crescent moons imprinted on its wings. Instantly, the seawater calmed down, frozen solid as though it was shocked by the aura. The blood-colored butterfly flapped its wings gently, and the saber-chi within Suzumo's body was suppressed, going silent instantly. With that, the blood-colored butterfly disappeared, as though it had never appeared to begin with. Now that the saber-chi was no longer aggressive, all that remained within Su Zimo's body was the purest spirit energy. It was as vast as the sea. The spirit energy within Su Zimo's dantian was increasing rapidly. He had just advanced to 5 Meridian Foundation establishment. But right now, his 5th spirit meridian was completely filled with pure and rich spirit energy. As spirit energy surged, his 6th spirit meridian started to appear faintly. A long time later there was a loud boom. The 6th spirit meridian was unlocked beneath his green robes. 6 Meridian Foundation establishment. Su Zimo was stunned. He had broken through in both his immortality and demonic cultivation. Although he was now at the bottom of the sea, the pressure he was experiencing decreased greatly. Su Zimo continued advancing against the currents. Before long, the spirit sea changed once more. As though an invisible pair of hands had reached into the spirit sea to stir it forcefully, a gigantic vortex was formed, affecting the entire sea. Su Zimo was sucked into it, and merely felt the world spin. His entire body was contorted by the power of the vortex and felt like it was about to explode. His tendons and bones sounded at the same time as his organs shifted positions. Hurriedly, Su Zimo released his blood chi to contain the injuries within his body. He channeled the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness, and his head shone with 5 mysterious glows. Of the 7 orifices, only his eye orifices were dim without light. If he had not broken through earlier on, Su Zimo would have been shredded after being sucked in by the vortex. The change in the spirit sea attracted countless stares once more. The vortex was way too terrifying, resembling a black hole that threatened to devour the entire universe. How could this be? I heard from my master that 1,000 years ago, a similar phenomenon appeared after the cultivator who obtained the Saber Emperor's inheritance entered the spirit sea. You mean to say... Look! There seems to be someone inside the vortex. On the reef, Bayu's expression turned extremely terrible. Chapter 393 Sea Calming Manual. Chapter 393 Sea Calming Manual. Initially, Su Zimo was already experiencing pressure from the water resistance at the bottom of the sea. That pressure was the reason why he was able to clear his mouth orifice, one of the 7 orifices. After he was sucked into the vortex, Su Zimo experienced even greater pressure, and with no other choice, he could only channel the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness furiously to deal with it. Flesh and blood expansion, twitching of tendons, trembling of bones, swapping of blood in the marrow, refinement of the 5 organs and clearing of the 7 orifices. Under the stimulation of the vortex, endless demonic chi rushed towards his head, striking the eye orifices again and again. After a long time, Su Zimo, who was trapped uncontrollably within the vortex, opened his eyes suddenly and 2 divine lights burst forth, illuminating the entire dark sea. All 7 of his orifices were cleared. His skin, flesh, tendons, bones, marrow, organs and orifices entered a synthetic relationship, forming a major heavenly cycle within his body and attaining lesser mastery of the orifice-clearing section. Although the vortex was still present, Su Zimo was rooted to the spot. He did not budge no matter how the seawater washed, spun and twisted around him. Now that his 7 orifices were cleared, the feeling of dizziness vanished instantly. In a moment of emotion, Su Zimo could not help but roar into the skies. His roar was so high-pitched that it pierced through metal and cracked rocks. In fact, it overwhelmed the surging sound of the sea. The cultivators who were standing at the shore could not help but shiver with shocked expressions when they heard the howl. They no longer had any doubts. That man is still alive! Is he going to be the second person to obtain the Saber Emperor's inheritance? The fiend heir of Xena sect Bayu sat on the reef, looking grim in silence. Look! Suddenly, someone yelled and pointed to the depths of the spirit sea. Everyone looked over and saw that the vortex that resembled a black hole was moving slowly towards the Saber Mountain, as if it was being pushed by some unknown force. What's going on? Everyone was confused and could not understand what was happening. If any cultivator could fly above the spirit sea and look down at that moment, they would be greeted with a shocking sight. In the middle of the vortex, a green-robed cultivator was striding casually at the bottom of the sea. Hands behind his back, his eyes were bright, and he was surrounded by demonic chi. Each step he took pushed the vortex forward a little bit. The entire spirit sea was being moved by him. Time passed by slowly. In the blink of an eye, a day and night had passed. By now, the vortex had arrived at the foot of the Saber Mountain, and in front of everyone, a black dot figure walked out from the spirit sea towards the mountain. He had passed. After 1,000 years, there was another cultivator who passed the Saber Emperor's test and was about to obtain the latter's inheritance. At the shore, many cultivators were dumbstruck and their eyes flashed with a hint of jealousy. Baiyu narrowed his eyes and his gaze shimmered. Nobody knew that the shock in his heart was even greater right now. It was because he had heard that 1,000 years ago, the senior from Zenith's sect who obtained the Saber Emperor's inheritance was completely exhausted by the time he crossed the Spirit Sea. He had to rest for 7 days to recover his energy before ascending the mountain. But right now, this man before him actually had the energy to ascend the mountain right after crossing the Spirit Sea. He has to die. Closing his eyes, Baiyu thought to himself. He knew slightly more about the Saber Emperor's inheritance than the other cultivators. It was said that the Saber Emperor left 2 secret arts at the top of the mountain. One of them was a secret mental technique, and was already obtained by the senior from Zenith sect. It was said that the other one was a saber technique with 5 stances. In other words, the inheritance that Su Zimo was about to acquire was the 5 stances. The more profound a saber technique was, the harder it would be grasp it. Furthermore, there were different levels of mastery to the saber technique as well. Baiyu believed that even if Su Zimo managed to learn the 5 stances in the short term, he would not be able to master the essence of it. Since his cultivation realm is still low and he isn't familiar with the saber technique yet, now is the best chance to kill him. Taking a deep breath of air, Baiyu assumed a lotus position. He planned on waiting by the shore to kill Su Zimo the moment the latter returned with the inheritance. Mountain Peak. It was empty and desolate with a single stone tablet. The stone tablet was etched with a vivid painting. It was a burly man bearing his chest uninhibitedly as he sat alone by the seaside. With a saber laid horizontally across his knees, he held a jar of wine in his left hand and watched the sea wistfully with a hint of worry. Although he had never seen the Saber Emperor in person, Su Zimo knew the moment he saw the painting that the burly man was the Saber Emperor. Walking forward, Su Zimo stroked the stone tablet gently with his palm. The coarse surface of the stone tablet related to him the signs of time passing by. Suddenly, Su Zimo froze on the spot. A thought surged into his mind. Somebody else has finally arrived here after 1,000 years, sigh. That sigh was one of gratification and emotion, but mostly of relief. The ancient war destroyed the Tao of the 100 weapons, leaving the sword to reign supreme. I am about to cross far beyond the South Sea and I don't wish for the way of the saber to be lost in Tianhuang mainland. As such, I've left behind my inheritance. There are 2 manuals here that await those with affinity. Su Zimo knew that this was only a remnant thought left behind by the Saber Emperor. The first manual, the title manual, is a secret mental technique that has already been imparted to that person 1,000 years ago. The second manual, the Sea Calming Manual, is a saber technique with 5 stances. Today, I shall impart it to you. Suddenly, the voice vanished and an image appeared before Su Zimo's eyes. The burly man stood on the Saber Mountain, holding the saber casually as he leaped into the Spirit Sea. His eyes shone brightly and the wistfulness in his eyes was gone, replaced with a sharp glint as he charged against the current and slashed forward. Swoosh! The seawater split to the sides, creating a blank area, whipping the saber to cut the water. At the same time, the Saber Emperor's voice sounded. First stance of the Sea Calming Manual, Countercurrent. After Countercurrent, the Saber Emperor waved the saber and circled around his body. Instantly, the seawater stirred up huge waves that splashed in all directions. Second stance of the Sea Calming Manual, Raging Tides. Immediately after, the Saber Emperor retracted his saber and slashed forward once more. The angle of this slash was unique, as if it was striking thin air as it twisted and spun. As the slash landed, the spirit sea started spinning, forming a gigantic vortex as though it was pulled by something. Third stance of the sea calming manual, vortex. Upon seeing this, Suzumo suddenly had an epiphany. He had experienced those stances personally in the process of crossing the spirit sea. Crossing the spirit sea was not just a test, but also an inheritance on its own. Fourth stance of the sea calming manual, ripple. Fifth stance of the sea calming manual, sea calming. In the blink of an eye, all 5 stances were performed. The Saber Emperor's voice continued ringing. Although there are only 5 stances to the sea calming manual, my life's knowledge has been infused in them. It's the great Tao of the saber created by simplifying everything and returning to the basics. If you are able to comprehend the first 4 stances, that will be enough for you to roam freely in the cultivation world. If you can comprehend the final stance, even the world will be your oyster. Chapter 394 Imminent Danger. Chapter 394 Imminent Danger. In the Tao of the 100 weapons, be it the sword or the saber, there are 3 levels of mastery to them: form, force, and intent. The Saber Emperor's voice continued sounding. By form, it means the stance of the saber techniques. This is the most superficial of the mastery levels, and as long as a cultivator is willing to practice diligently, they will be able to attain proficiency and utilize it naturally. Force is the second level and is rather abstract. It could be understood as the force of the chi, aura, or sound, and it's not something that everyone can achieve. Some people spend their entire lives without understanding the meaning behind the idea of force. At the level of force, the might of your saber technique will be even mightier, reaching a whole new tier of mastery. The third level is intent. Similar to sword intent, the saber has saber intent as well. Simply put, this is the realm of one's intent, and it's formless and ethereal. A single slash can contain the might of the universe. The obscurity of the intent realm can only be understood after one cultivates their essence spirit. One had to be at nascent soul realm at the very least if they wanted to achieve the third level of mastery. For now, Suzumo did not have to think about that at all. Right now, all he had to do was master the first 2 levels of cultivating saber techniques. Whipping out Blood Quencher, Suzumo recalled the 5 stances performed by the Saber Emperor and began practicing on the mountain peak. As the Saber Emperor had said, even though there were only 5 simple stances, executing a perfect version of even one of them was extremely difficult. At the same time, Suzumo finally understood why the Saber Emperor had to lay down a test as such. The sea calming manual's requirement on one's physique was way too high. Although Countercurrent was a starting move, a person's arm would explode if their physique was not strong enough. Even after lesser mastery of the orifice clearing section, Suzumo could only use it while channeling his bloodline. That single slash required every single muscle on his body to move. Of course, that was not the only difficulty to executing a perfect version of the stance. There must not be any deviations to the degree of his motions, the timing and angle of his slash as well as the strength used. Any single mistake in the saber technique would not be able to be executed. Suzumo practiced repeatedly. Fortunately, he had experienced Countercurrent, Raging Tides, Vortex and Ripple personally while crossing the Spirit Sea, and they were comparatively simpler to understand. After 10 days of not resting and sleeping, Suzumo could finally manage to perform the first 4 stances. Although he was not entirely familiar with the first 4 moves, a little inexperienced in fact, he had still succeeded. However, during this period of time, no matter how Suzumo adjusted, recalled and practiced, he could not perform the final stance, sea calming. Although it was a simple slash, Suzumo could not do it no matter what. He was not discouraged. According to the Saber Emperor, sea calming was the essence of the sea calming manual, and the world would be one's oyster if they could comprehend it. What sort of a level was that? It was most likely beyond everything that Suzumo knew. In that 10 days, apart from Suzumo, there was also a burly man on the peak, watching Suzumo practice silently without saying a single word. After 10 days, when he saw that Su Zimo was able to perform the first 4 stances of the saber technique completely, a look of comfort finally flashed through the burly man's eyes. "Very good, you are very good." The Saber Emperor nodded and his voice gradually dimmed. At the same time, his figure faded rapidly and disappeared from the world. Retracting his saber, Su Zimo bowed deeply in the direction where the figure of the Saber Emperor disappeared. The next moment, the Saber Mountain collapsed and the Spirit Sea evaporated. Standing on thin air, Su Zimo felt a sense of sadness fill him. After imparting the title and sea calming manual, the final traces of that supreme paragon of the ancient era had disappeared from Tianhuang mainland as well. On the shore, many cultivators looked at the scene unfold with shock and remained silent for a long time. The Saber Mountain Spirit Sea disappeared before their very eyes at a visible speed. The Saber Mountain crumbled into rubble and the Spirit Sea dried up, with Spirit Chi returning to nature. From this day forth, the Saber Mountain Spirit Sea no longer existed in Tianhuang mainland. It was fortuitous that everyone managed to witness it. Descending on the ground, Su Zimo fell into deep thought, pondering about the second level stated by the Saber Emperor, Force. Under normal circumstances, there was no need for Su Zimo to try and comprehend the second level since he was still very amateurish with the first 4 stances and had yet to achieve the first level. However, he felt a sense of déjà vu towards the comprehension of force. Back when he was studying in Pingyang Town, Su Zimo often practiced calligraphy. In calligraphy, there was a saying of the 9 forces, relating to the movement of the brush tips and the way of writing. The 9 forces were about mastering the landing, reverse, hiding of the tip, protecting the body, weakening the stroke, raising the brush, the ending stroke and the horizontal finish. Even without the guidance of a master, one can arrive at the sweet spot of calligraphy as long as they practice diligently. In reality, the forces mentioned by the Saber Emperor, as well as the 9 forces of calligraphy, were rather similar. In the world, there were many theories that were interconnected. That was also what the common saying in the cultivation world, "all things come together," meant. Under normal circumstances, ordinary cultivators wouldn't be able to comprehend the meaning of force, much less attempt at that level, without first familiarizing themselves with their saber techniques. However, Su Zimo was a scholar before entering the cultivation world and had studied the 9 forces of calligraphy before. The concept of force was not one that Su Zimo was foreign with. Therefore, he attempted to comprehend the meaning of force before he was familiar with the saber techniques of the sea calming manual, trying to grasp at something. Closing his eyes, Su Zimo entered an indescribable state of bliss. This was an extremely rare state of enlightenment. He would definitely gain something the moment he awakened. After the Saber Mountain Spirit Sea vanished, Su Zimo had already attracted everyone's attention. When he entered the enlightenment state, everyone was in an uproar. Entering that state right now was definitely trouble rather than blessing for Su Zimo. There was no one around Su Zimo to protect him, and any external stimulation could disrupt his enlightenment process, putting his efforts to vain. Furthermore, that was secondary. The most important thing was that someone was out to take his life. "Since the heavens want you to die, you can't blame me." Baiyu smiled sinisterly and in a flash, pulled out a cold gleaming saber from his storage bag, speeding towards Su Zimo. When he approached, Baiyu slashed horizontally. That slash was not fast nor was it strong. Furthermore, it did not have any killing intent at all. Baiyu was worried of alarming Su Zimo, who was in his enlightenment state, changing the current situation. He wanted to kill in stealth. Su Zimo's eyes were still tightly shut, as if he had not realized that danger was knocking right on his door. At the sight of that, many cultivators shook their heads and sighed. Initially, Su Zimo was the envy of many after obtaining the Saber Emperor's inheritance. However, who would have thought that he would die in the blink of an eye? At the end of the day, fate had played a trick on him. Baiyu smirked in glee when he saw that the blade was about to slice Su Zimo's throat. "You're still going to die in my hands even if you've obtained the Saber Emperor's inheritance," Baiyu sneered. Just as the blade was about to cut Su Zimo's throat, the latter's figure suddenly retreated without warning and narrowly avoided that fatal strike. narrowing his gaze, Bayu's expression changed. Chapter 395 Countercurrent Force. Chapter 395 Countercurrent Force. Bayu could clearly see that the blade had already cut off the hair on Su Zimo's skin. A slight inch forward was all that was required to slice the latter's throat. However, the attack had still missed. It was a mere centimeter gap. The strangest thing was that Su Zimo had not opened his eyes throughout the entire process. It was as though he had dodged the attack subconsciously. With a lowered head, Su Zimo resembled a meditating old monk, immersed in his own world and totally oblivious to his surroundings. Still trying to gain enlightenment? Bayu sneered and no longer concealed the killing intent in his heart. Channeling his bloodline, his spirit saber buzzed and trembled, cutting towards Su Zimo with full force as it shimmered brightly with spirit light. The attack was extremely fast and was almost instant. Swash! Su Zimo's expression was unchanged and his body fluttered like a willow catkin, evading that murderous attack from Bayu with his eyes still closed. Bayu frowned. He truly could not comprehend Su Zimo's current state. Su Zimo's eyes were closed and could not see the trajectory of the saber. Even if he was making use of his hearing to judge the wind, there was no way he would be able to dodge the attack as such. However, for some reason, he avoided it again. If the first time was a coincidence, the consecutive two attacks. Dodge? Let's see how long more you can manage to dodge. Bayu strode forward and his saber trembled, giving off the faint stench of blood and enveloping Su Zimo within it. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Bayu struck consecutively, unleashing Xena's saber, his sex-secret skill. The slashes were relentless, fatal, and came at sinister angles. Despite the circumstances, Su Zimo did not open his eyes and continued retreating. However, as time passed by, the available space for Su Zimo to dodge diminished, and he was gradually shrouded by Bayu's saber technique with nowhere to run. All the cultivators watching were puzzled by the fight. To be exact, it wasn't a fight. After all, one party was dodging right from the start without attacking at all. That person sure has guts. To think that he's still trying to get enlightened at a time like this. He really has a death wish. His eyes are clearly closed, but it seems as though he can sense danger. It's as though he's got some divine sense. How did he do it? To everyone, it seemed as if Su Zimo had keen senses that allowed him to dodge with ease. In truth, Su Zimo was currently in a pseudo-state of slumber. The moment Bayu attacked him, his spirit perception had already warned him, and he could have awakened completely from his state of enlightenment. However, this was an extremely rare opportunity. Su Zimo could sense that he was just a little bit away from understanding the secret of force. Therefore, Su Zimo forcefully ignored the disruptions of the outside world, dodging subconsciously with his sharp spirit perception, while wholeheartedly focusing on his enlightenment. It was an extremely dangerous decision, and one that was overly mad. Any single mistake and he would be dead on the spot. By then, whether or not he was enlightened would no longer have any meaning. The reason why he could hold out for so long against the attacks of Zenith's Sexair was because he had cleared his 7 orifices and attained lesser mastery of the orifice clearing section, resulting in an increase of his strength and speed. However, he was bound to fall if this carried on. Bayu's saber techniques turned increasingly lethal as the blood stench of his blade increased. Su Zimo's available space to retreat shrank repeatedly, and he was now only moving around an extremely limited radius. It was a highly dangerous situation. However, he had yet to comprehend the secret behind force. He had to make a decision. All of a sudden, a thought flashed through Su Zimo's mind. Bayu's attacks resembled the undercurrent at the bottom of the sea, surging forward wave after wave relentlessly. Su Zimo recalled the difficulty he had advancing at the bottom of the sea against the undercurrent, and suddenly, thoughts of realization entered his mind. Countercurrent stance. The secret of the stance was mostly in the word counter. What was counter? The fact that cultivators wanted to abandon their mortal bodies to become immortal and break free from the constraints of the universe, That was counter. Counter meant not retreating and fighting furiously forward. Su Zimo's entire journey had been one of countering. Back in Pingyang Town, his knees refused to buckle and his spine refused to bend against perfected being Tsang Lang's bullying. That was his counter. Countering meant an immensely fearless aura. In truth, everything that happened in Pingyang Town back then could not be hidden from Dai Yu's senses. Back then, if Su Zimo had chosen to kneel and submit, Dai Yu would have killed perfected being Tsang Lang on the spot, ending her karma with Su Zimo before leaving. However, the counter that Su Zimo made was the reason why he received Dai Yu's acknowledgement and changed his fate. One could only change their fates by countering the heavens. One could only obtain the rights to change their fates if they dared to counter even the heavens. Those who obeyed the will of the heavens would become mortals, while those who countered it would become immortals. Countering meant not bowing down, not retreating, not fearing, not buckling. It was an invincible march of courage and strength forward. The countercurrent stance could counter the situation. At that moment, Su Zimo no longer had anywhere to run or hide. When he saw that, Bai Yu's eyes shone with a frenzied glint as he laughed menacingly. Nowhere left to hide, eh? Now die! Swoosh! The saber in Bai Yu's hands slashed forward with multiple afterimages and blood she spread, filling the skies with the stench of blood. All of a sudden, Su Zimo's eyes jerked open. His eyes were clear and bright, like crystals deep in the sea that shone with a mysterious luster. There was no trace of fear nor panic in them. When he saw those eyes, a sense of uneasiness flashed through Bai Yu's heart. Unknowingly, perhaps when Su Zimo opened his eyes, a blood-colored saber had appeared in his hands. Its blade was gigantic and shone with 5 spirit lights in a bedazzling manner. Countercurrent! Su Zimo said calmly and waved casually. Swoosh! As Blood Quencher moved, there was a sound of tides surging in a reverse current coming from its blade. Initially, Bai Yu had the advantage with his domineering momentum. However, the situation between them was instantly reversed with Su Zimo's slash. A torrential force crushed forward like a surging tide alongside Blood Quencher. All the afterimages from Bai Yu's saber disappeared instantly. The blood stench emitted from his saber was washed away completely by the invisible tide as well. Against that massive force, Bai Yu's saber technique appeared simple and weak. Saber force! Bai Yu's eyes widened in shock. How was that possible? He joined Zenith's sect when he was 5 years old, and had been practicing with the saber since then. After being immersed in the way of the saber for dozens of years, he had merely reached the peak of the first level of mastery of the saber, and had not managed to reach the secret of force yet. However, the person before him had comprehended the meaning of saber force after cultivating for a mere 10 days. In the face of the saber force, all saber techniques were merely in form no matter how precise they were. The two sabers collided. Clang! Bai Yu's body shuddered and his face turned incomparably pale. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, he flew away limply and his gaze dimmed. Psst! The cultivators watching were dumbstruck. A single slash. Bai Yu's initial advantage was gone after Su Zimo opened his eyes, and within a single slash, he was the one that was sent flying and severely injured. Chapter 396 Change in Xuantian City. Chapter 396 Change in Xuantian City. The difference was too great. Initially, Bai Yu's only advantage was in his saber technique. But now, after Su Zimo comprehended the countercurrent force, Bai Yu's advantage was non-existent. Furthermore, Su Zimo's strength had increased significantly after attaining lesser mastery of the orifice-clearing section. Right now, he was crushing Bai Yu completely. Even though it was just a single slash, he had already injured Bai Yu severely. With a cold gaze, Su Zimo flashed forward and raised his saber, chasing after Bai Yu. Bai Yu's face was ghastly pale with fear. Looking at Su Zimo, who was charging over, his eyes flashed with determination as he bit his tongue gently, spitting out a stream of essence blood. Dong! 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 Bai Yu's chest heaved up and his heart pounded furiously. With every single pound, new blood would course through his limbs. On the surface of the blood burned a thin layer of flames that possessed endless energy. Blood escape? Zimo narrowed his eyes. He knew the best about the secret skill used by Baiyu. In that ancient coffin underground, Zimo obtained the Blood Refinement Fiend Sutra, and this secret skill was recorded in it. Back then, during the battle at Dongling Valley, Zimo also relied on blood escape to escape, ending up in the capital of Great Zhou by chance and avoiding his disaster. Once released, blood escape would burn up a third of the body's bloodline in exchange for a momentary speed burst, allowing one to escape hundreds of kilometers away. Shoo! Baiyu turned into a streak of blood and sped off into the distance. In the blink of an eye, he had already fled 1,000 feet away. It was too fast. Back then, Zimo even managed to shrug off golden cores with the speed he gained by using blood escape. Right now, Zimo had two options if he wanted to chase Baiyu. First, turn into his demon form and unleash his blood chi. Second, unleash blood escape as well in pursuit. After considering carefully, he found neither options feasible. The first option would bring him too much trouble since there were thousands of cultivators around. The second option was not worth it. After a slight delay, Zimo gave up on hunting Baiyu and put away his blood quencher, pulling out a gigantic moon-white bow from his storage bag. The fact that he did not continue chasing did not mean that Zimo was going to let Baiyu off. He bent the bow and loaded an arrow. 5 spirit lights shone in Zimo's embrace, as if he was hugging a full moon. Swoosh! A sharp arrow tore through the air. It was a heart-piercing arrow. Given Zimo's arm strength, coupled with the quasi-connate spirit weapon, Moon Concealment Bow, the arrow shot out at lightning speed, piercing towards Baiyu's back. Baiyu, who was in blood escape, sensed something and crushed a protection talisman. Boom! The arrow exploded with a loud bang after striking the protection talisman. Baiyu's body shuddered and he coughed out blood once more, staggering and nearly falling. Laughing into the skies, Zimo declared loudly, "All right, you're lucky since you've managed to dodge that arrow. I'll spare your life today. Also, it's all thanks to your help that I'm able to comprehend the countercurrent force." If it wasn't for Baiyu's relentless attacks that forced Zimo to have nowhere to retreat, he might not have been able to gain enlightenment on the force that could counter that desperate situation. Baiyu paused slightly and turned to look at Zimo with a hateful gaze. Sensing Baiyu's gaze, Zimo smiled faintly. "You had better hide yourself in the ancient battlefield from now on. Don't let me see you again, or you won't even get the chance to release blood escape the next time we meet." Gritting his teeth hatefully, Baiyu roared and turned forward to continue sprinting. That speck of blood in the air disappeared from everyone's sights before long. In reality, Baiyu was most likely doomed even without Zimo chasing him. The sequela of blood escape was rather terrifying. Be it humans or demons, burning up a third of their bloodlines would cause them to turn extremely weak. Dangers lurked everywhere in the ancient battlefield. Unless Baiyu manages to find an absolutely safe place before blood escape ends, he would be dead without a doubt. Putting away the moon concealment bow, Zimo left leisurely in front of everyone's shocked gazes. He had received immense gains for this trip. Right now, the only things left to do was to familiarize himself with the 5 stances and comprehend the force of the other 4 stances. Every stance corresponded to a different force. Naturally, the intents were different as well. Taking a deep breath of air, Zimo compared against the map and sped towards Xuantian city. "I've only left the city for 10-some days. I hope nothing has changed." That was what Zimo hoped. North of Xuantian city. Back hall of Elixir Young Sect. It was a hubbub of noise, with cultivators berating occasionally in a seemingly furious tone. There were even the roars of spirit beasts mixed in, and it was shocking. In a corner of the back hall, a woman was leaning to the side. She had a petite frame, her face was pale, her lips were purple and her eyes were tightly shut. It was unknown if she was alive. That was Xuantian. In front of Xuantian was a tall and strong demon beast with pitch-black scales all over its body. It resembled a wolf and a tiger with extremely sharp claws and teeth as it surveyed the surrounding with its pitch-black eyes in hostility. That was none other than Night Spirit. Night Spirit stood in front of Xuantian, and its tail swayed gently with traces of blood shimmering at its tip. Not far in front of Night Spirit, a corpse laid on the floor with Elixir Young Sect's badge on his waist. There was a bloodied hole in his glabella with warm blood oozing out of it. It was clear that the person was just killed by Night Spirit not long ago. Yen Jun stood opposite Night Spirit along with a group of Elixir Young Sect disciples, all of them looking furious and agitated. "Damned beast, you truly don't know what's good for you, just like your master," Yen Jun scolded coldly. A cultivator shouted, "Beast, how dare you kill a disciple of Elixir Young Sect? You'll pay for his life with yours." The other cultivators pointed at Night Spirit and scolded as well. Although each of them wielded their flying swords, none of them dared attack recklessly. Everyone had witnessed the way the cultivator from earlier died. He was killed by Night Spirit before he could even take out his flying sword. Sensing the hostility from everyone present, Night Spirit's gaze was cold as it opened its mouth slightly, letting out a chilling growl from the depths of its throat. Given Night Spirit's violent character, it should be engaged in a massacre right now instead of enduring the scoldings and humiliation of these cultivators. There were multiple times when Night Spirit lowered its body, entering a stance prepared to pounce. However, it swallowed everything back inside. It turned back and glanced at Xuantian from time to time, worried about her safety. In fact, there was a trace of worry and guilt in its eyes. Night Spirit patrolled around Xuantian. From that angle, it could block against any incoming threats. Right then, an Elixir Young Sect disciple came beside Yen Jun and said deeply, "Senior Brother Yen, let's ignore that Su Zimo and join hands to kill this demon beast. No matter how strong this beast is, there's no way it can defend against so many of us, right?" "That's right." Another cultivator nodded. "We can't let Junior Brother Pooh die just like that. Everyone, let's work together to kill this beast as revenge for Junior Brother Pooh." With a darkened expression, Yen Jun pondered for a moment. Suddenly, he raised his palm and said coldly, "Everyone prepare." Chapter 397 Good Kill. Chapter 397 Good Kill. "Hold on!" A figure strode in swiftly from outside the door. Although she wore men's clothes, her eyes resembled a painting and her features were delicate. That was none other than the commander of Elixir Young Sect, Tang Yu. Sweeping her gaze, she frowned when she saw the dead Elixir Young Sect disciple on the floor. When she finally caught sight of Xuantian, her expression changed starkly as she yelped, "Purple corpse corrosion poison!" Uncle Liang nodded with a grim expression. "Her face is pale and her lips are purplish." "That's right, it should be one of Poison Sect's 7 lethals, the purple corpse corrosion poison." Tang Yu was initially in seclusion cultivation, but only found out that something big had happened after she was summoned urgently. She heard from her fellow disciples that Xuantian was met with an attack on the long street at the city's north. Although the attacker was killed by Night Spirit on the spot, Xuantian was inflicted by the poison. "To think that it's Poison Sect!" Tang Yu's face darkened with a terrible expression. Right now, the north side of Xuantian City was watched over by Elixir Young Sect and Thousand Crane Sect. As such, Tang Yu was initially puzzled as to who would attack so brazenly in the city's north. She did not expect that it would be one of the 5 heretical doctrines, Poison Sect. Although Poison Sect disciples were not strong in head-on combat, many factions and cultivators were unwilling to be enemies with them. Poison Sect had 7 lethals. Every single lethal was extremely fatal and one would die upon touch. Furthermore, Poison Sect disciples were extremely cunning and ruthless. They specialized in hidden weapons and were very stealthy. It was way too simple if Poison Sect disciples wanted to kill anyone. A casual contact while eating, drinking, or even breathing. Every common action could cause one their lives. Even for Foundation establishment cultivators, if they were careless, they could be poisoned by the Chi refinement warriors of Poison Sect and die unexpectedly. These were not uncommon examples. Most cultivators would run far away if they caught sight of poison sect disciples, since they did not want to be enemies or befriend the latter. Tang Yu did not understand why Su Xiaoning would be targeted by disciples of poison sect. Any cultivator that could release the purple corpse corrosion poison definitely held a high status in poison sect. Why would poison sect send such a disciple to kill an elixir refinement master at late-stage foundation establishment personally? Right then, Uncle Liang exclaimed softly. That's strange. Given the toxic nature of the purple corpse corrosion poison, this girl should have already turned into a puddle of blood. Why is her corpse still intact without any signs of corroding? Anyone who was inflicted by the purple corpse corrosion poison would die within 10 breaths. Their bodies would corrode, turning them into a puddle of blood, and even immortals would have difficulty saving them. Furthermore, the blood would also contain a rich amount of the purple corpse corrosion poison, and anyone tainted by it would die as well. Tang Yu looked at Xiaoning for a while, deep in thought. She's still alive? It might have been an illusion, but the paleness of Xiaoning's face and her purple lips seemed to have faded a little. How is that possible? Tang Yu had some understanding of the purple corpse corrosion poison. Even 8 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivators would most likely die if they were tainted by the poison, let alone a late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator like Xiaoning. That was also the terrifying aspect of poison sect. What's going on? Pointing at the corpse on the floor, Uncle Liang turned around and asked. A cultivator stood forth and pointed at Night Spirit, who was standing not far away, declaring hatefully. Junior brother Pu wanted to check on Su Xiaoning's condition out of goodwill upon seeing that the latter was poisoned. However, this beast killed him straight away. Tang Yu frowned. That statement didn't sound like a big deal. To begin with, Night Spirit was a demon beast. It was highly likely that it might be triggered after its owner was injured and turned feral, attacking anyone wildly. However, Tang Yu felt that something was amiss. With a stern expression, Yan Jun shouted, Uncle Liang, junior sister, Elixir Yang sect is one of the 4 unorthodox groups. How can we let our disciples be killed wantonly, especially by a beast? Since it killed a fellow disciple of ours, it'll have to pay with its life. Pausing for a moment, Yan Jun continued, That's Su Zimo's beast. Since his beast got into trouble, he can't escape responsibility after returning as well. That's right, we've got to take revenge for junior brother Pu. Kill that beast. Kill it. Everyone from Elixir Yang sect chanted agitatedly. The development of the events have gone far beyond Tang Yu's control. No matter what, Su Zimo's group were still outsiders. If she sided with Night Spirit, she wouldn't be able to convince the masses and quell their bloodthirst. Instead, it might lead to internal bloodshed within the sect. Biting her lip gently, Tang Yu frowned and felt flustered. For a moment, she did not know how she should handle this. Uncle Liang sighed internally when he saw this. Tang Yu was a talent of Elixir Yang sect's younger generation. Brilliant and smart, there were few things that could be hidden from her. However, she lacked decisiveness and dominance. There was no way for her to control the situation without those things. Suddenly, a figure appeared in Uncle Liang's mind. That man truly is. Uncle Liang could not continue. It was difficult for him to give an accurate evaluation of that person. Although he looked like a meek and demure scholar on the surface, he exuded an air of dominance deep from his spine. With sharp methods, he was decisive to kill. Everything else aside, that particular trait alone would rank him as the top 10 of the younger generation. Suddenly, a voice sounded from outside the main hall. Who do you guys want to kill? The voice was calm, neither loud nor soft. However, it suppressed the chaos in the main hall. Tang Yu shuddered and turned around with a flicker of joy in her eyes. An elegant green-robed cultivator strode in. The moment he entered the back hall, he swept a look with his lightning-cold gaze and the place went quiet instantly. It was a mighty aura. Although it was indescribable, it could suppress everything. Su Zimo had returned. The moment they saw him, everyone recalled the sight from the bloody battle on the long street, and their courage weakened unconsciously. Everyone's gaze was on Su Zimo. Uncle Liang could make out a hint of fear and awe in the eyes of the disciples. After entering the back hall and witnessing Xiaoning's weak state, Su Zimo's eyes flashed coldly and killing intent surged. Tang Yu whispered, "Fellow Taoist Su, I was careless and did not send any sect disciples to watch over Xiaoning. I truly hadn't expected that she would be attacked by someone from Poison Sect." Su Zimo shook his head in silence with a dark expression. This matter was not Tang Yu's fault. If Xiaoning could be poisoned even with Night Spirit guarding her, nothing would have changed even if Elixir Yang sect disciples were assigned to accompany her. Although Tang Yu could not ascertain if Xiaoning was alive, Su Zimo had already cleared his 7 orifices and could clearly hear a faint heartbeat coming from Xiaoning's chest. Furthermore, her heartbeat was growing increasingly stronger. In other words, Xiaoning's condition was turning for the better. Su Zimo turned and walked to Xiaoning's side. He had barely taken a few steps when Yan Jun blocked his path in a flash, sneering provocatively. "Su Zimo, you had better stop with that attitude," Yan Jun shouted. "It's true that your sister is dead, but that was done by Poison Sect. It has nothing to do with us. However, all of us witnessed your beast killing our fellow disciple. Regarding that, you have to be accountable to Elixir Yang sect. Is that so?" Expressionlessly, Su Zimo nodded. "Good kill." "What did you say?" Yan Jun's eyes were widened. "Get lost. You." Before Yan Jun could complete his sentence, Su Zimo reached out and slapped Yan Jun with his backhand. Instantly, Yan Jun was sent flying and landed in a corner, fainted. The place fell into an uproar. Chapter 398 Night Spirit's Blood. Chapter 398 Night Spirit's Blood. "Su Zimo, what are you doing? Audacious! How arrogant!" Many Elixir Yang sect disciples shouted emotionally. No matter what, Yan Jun was a disciple of the sect's battle hall, and Tang Yu was the only one who was above him in status. He was not somebody that an outsider like Su Zimo could compare to. Tang Yu could clearly see that although Yan Jun's cheeks were swollen, he had merely fainted and did not sustain any severe injuries. Given Su Zimo's strength, if he truly wanted to kill in that distance, Yan Jun's head would have been smashed by that single slap. In other words, Su Zimo had already shown mercy. Taking a deep breath of air, Tang Yu declared, "Silence! Young master, he's only an outsider. How can he act so brazenly in our territory? That's right. He would have been killed by Glass Palace and Malevolent Earth Sect long ago if not for the protection of Elixir Yang Sect. Fufu, Glass Palace and Malevolent Earth Sect are not the only ones. These two siblings seem like they've even offended Poison Sect." In the crowd, voices of dissent against Su Zimo continued sounding incessantly. "Shut up!" With a dark gaze, Uncle Liang suddenly shouted. Although he was old with white hair and beard, his eyes were still bright and exuded a sense of authority. The chaotic place quietened gradually. All the Elixir Yang sect disciples knew very well about the background of the old man before them. It was possible that they might protest against Tang Yu's decisions. However, even if the masses disagreed with the old man, the most they would do would be to grumble a little internally. Tang Yu said deeply, "This matter will definitely be accounted for in a bit. Everyone, please quieten down." After a brief pause, Tang Yu called back Su Zimo and frowned. "Xiaoning is afflicted with the purple corpse corrosion poison, one of the 7 lethals of Poison Sect. Be careful, the poison is extremely toxic and it's easy for you to get tainted if you are careless." Su Zimo nodded and walked to Xiaoning's side. "Growl." Night Spirit slumped its head and let out a deep growl, feeling a little guilty. Su Zimo patted Night Spirit on the head while shaking his own. "It's not your fault. If it was an ordinary assassination attempt, there was no way it would have gotten past Night Spirit. However, Poison Sect cultivators were way too scheming and there was no way to guard against them." In that short while, Xiaoning's expression had gotten much better. In fact, her cheeks were now redder and her heartbeat was getting stronger. Her condition was improving. Uncle Liang was amazed when he saw that. The 7 lethals of Poison Sect could not be cured by any cultivators outside the sect. Throughout his life, Uncle Liang had never heard of anyone who had survived against the purple corpse corrosion poison. Furthermore, by the looks of it, the purple corpse corrosion poison seemed to be disappearing bit by bit from within Xiaoning's body. The purple color on Xiaoning's lips was fading, and there were merely a few drops of blood left on it. Although there were only a few drops of blood, Su Zimo could sense an extremely powerful energy. That was definitely not Xiaoning's blood. Su Zimo swept his gaze and looked at Night Spirit's wrist, where there was a deep gash that had yet to fully recover. No wonder. Back when they just entered the ancient battlefield, Night Spirit had already displayed the terror of its bloodline, where it could ignore the poison of the blood centipede and was immune to it. The reason why the purple corpse corrosion poison was being purged from Xiaoning's body should be because she drank Night Spirit's blood. That's not right either, Su Zimo thought again. The purple corpse corrosion poison was extremely toxic and would activate within 10 breaths. Although Night Spirit's blood could purge the poison from Xiaoning's body, it required a relatively longer time. How did Xiaoning manage to survive in between that period? After clearing his 7 orifices, Su Zimo's 5 senses turned even sharper. Now that he was closer, he could vaguely sense a warmth emanating from Xiaoning's chest along with a faint medicinal scent. That's it. Su Zimo was enlightened. The mysterious elixir furnace that Xiaoning possessed was still kept at her chest area. If he was not wrong, that warmth and medicinal scent should be emitted by the elixir furnace. The elixir furnace was also the reason why Xiaoning's heart artery was preserved until it could take in Night Spirit's blood to purge away the poison within. Su Zimo finally heaved a long breath and calmed down after ensuring that Xiaoning was all right. Turning around, he glared at the corpse on the ground. The bloodied hole on the glabella of the corpse was clear evidence that Night Spirit did it. You want an explanation? Sure, I'll give you an explanation. Surveying his surroundings, Su Zimo said indifferently. Night Spirit won't harm anyone for no reason. If that person is dead, it must be because he crossed Night Spirit's bottom line. Bullshit! An Elixir Young sect cultivator with a long face hollered. Junior Brother Pooh was trying to head forward and check out of goodwill. However, your beast killed him without any reason at all. We saw it for ourselves and you're still trying to deny it? Su Zimo smiled and glared at that guy sharply with a cold gaze, replying with a deep intent. It was true that he came forward to check things out. However, we don't know whether it was out of goodwill. What do you mean by that? A hint of panic flashed through that person's eyes. Su Zimo turned towards Tang Yu and asked, Young Master Tang, you mentioned that the purple corpse corrosion poison is extremely toxic and contagious, right? That's right. Tang Yu nodded and her eyes flashed, as if she had thought of something. Even you would be afraid of going forward casually, am I right? Su Zimo continued asking. Yes. Tang Yu admitted with a nod. Indeed, she did not dare to get close after realizing that Xiaoning was inflicted with the purple corpse corrosion poison. It was not because she was cold-blooded, it was merely logic. Suddenly, Tang Yu's heart jolted and she realized what was wrong. She murmured softly, Why would Junior Brother Pooh be the first to head up and check something that even I wouldn't dare to? Uncle Liang nodded in silence. Tang Yu continued, Most importantly, there's no antidote available for the purple corpse corrosion poison. There's no reason for Junior Brother Pooh to head forward at all. Many Elixir Yang sect cultivators came to their senses when they heard that. They wouldn't have gone forward if it was them in that position. Furthermore, what was the point of risking their lives to head forward and check when they wouldn't be able to do anything about the poison either? Tang Yu's gaze turned cold as she glared at the corpse on the floor without saying anything more. Su Zimo's gaze flashed like lightning towards the long-faced cultivator and said slowly, I'm guessing that the reason why the person went forward to check wasn't because Xiaoning was poisoned. It was because Xiaoning didn't die from the poison. The long-faced cultivator's expression changed slightly as his eyes flickered. He did not dare to meet with Su Zimo's gaze. Squinting his eyes, Su Zimo said word by word, That person's killing intent appeared after finding out that Xiaoning wasn't dead and that was why he was killed by Night Spirit. Fellow Taoist, am I right? Su Zimo was intimidating. The long-faced cultivator forced a laugh. How would I know? Walking slowly towards the long-faced cultivator, Suzimo asked with a sinisterly dark gaze. What are you afraid of? I'm not. In this short period of time, your heart has been racing and your breathing turned hurried. You're clearly panicking. Also, I sensed your killing intent towards me a moment ago. By the time he was finished speaking, Suzimo had already arrived in front of the long-faced cultivator. The person's face was frightfully pale as he stumbled backwards instinctively. Even the other cultivators could tell that he was looking guilty. Chapter 399 Go and Die Then. Chapter 399 Go and Die Then. The long-faced cultivator had not expected that Suzimo would possess a spirit perception and had extremely keen senses towards something such as killing intent that was immaterial. It was logical that the other cultivators would feel hostile towards Suzimo. However, the long-faced cultivator felt a killing intent. Uncle Liang sighed. Xiushan, come clean and you might still have a chance to live. The long-faced cultivator named Xiushan was thoroughly panicked. He realized that his fellow sect mates that were standing beside him a moment ago had backed off, looking at him warily. Gulping, Xiushan looked towards Suzimo instinctively. Suzimo's gaze was sharp as a knife, emitting a piercing glint with occasional flashes of lightning. It was unusually sharp and instantly penetrated the last line of defense in Xiushan's heart. This was the invisible power of his gaze. This was a level that Suzimo achieved after clearing his eye orifices and tempering them with demonic qi. In the mortal world, some hardened killers would often let out savage gazes such that ordinary people would feel fear upon meeting with their eyes. The eyes were interlinked with one's guts. Therefore, in a fight between two people, one might lose his courage if he was intimidated by the latter's gaze, revealing openings. In the pugilistic world, among postnatal and connate experts, there was a saying that one had to cultivate their eyes before cultivating their guts, and that technique was known as the gaze technique. In the cultivation world, techniques that could cultivate one's eyes were all secret skills. The bewitching eye from the pure maiden sect of the fiend sects, and the enraged Vajra gaze of the Buddhist monasteries were renowned supreme dermic techniques. Dishonest G rarely had to dirty her hands personally to kill. It was normal for her opponents to commit suicide after receiving a single gaze from her. Before clearing his 7 orifices, Suzimo did even dare to look at Dishonest G straight in the eyes casually. That was also why Suzimo had headaches each time he saw Dishonest G and tried to avoid her as much as possible. Speak! Suzimo took a step forward, his eyes sparkling like lightning as he shouted. He added a small portion of thunderclap kill into saying that word. Coupled with the fact that Suzimo had already cleared his mouth orifice, that word exploded like thunder in Xiushan's ears. Xiushan was already extremely rattled by Suzimo's gaze. Now that he was shouted at, he almost broke down as he knelt on the ground with a thud and a frightfully pale face. I was wrong! I was wrong! With a quivering voice, Xiushan spoke. Dukai of Poison Sect used the life-severing powder on me and junior brother Pooh, and he's the only one with the antidote. We had no choice either. Dukai of Poison Sect. Tang Yu frowned slightly and explained to Suzimo. Dukai is the commander of Poison Sect's current expedition. At 7 Meridian Foundation establishment, his mastery in poison is deep and he's a savage person. Suzimo was expressionless and nodded. When he saw that everyone ignored him, Xiushan turned even more fearful and said hurriedly. Furthermore, I haven't done anything that betrayed the sect or harmed our fellow disciples. Dukai was merely targeting Suzimo's group and said that he'll give us the antidote as long as can kill one of them. By that point, most of the doubts that everyone had were answered. The Elixir Yang sect cultivator that was killed by Night Spirit was also inflicted by the life-severing powder of Poison Sect. That explained his actions earlier. Uncle Liang laughed coldly. You've already betrayed the sect by waiting until now to tell us everything. I'm afraid that you probably won't hesitate either if Dukai asked you to kill your fellow sect mates in exchange for the antidote. Many Elixir Yang sect disciples felt their hearts skip a beat and lingering fear. No, I won't. Xuantian was frantic and shook his head repeatedly. Tang Yu said with regret in her face, "Junior brother you know that the life-severing powder isn't one of Poison Sect's 7 lethals. Although we don't have the antidote, we can ensure you won't lose your life until we return to the sect. Given the capabilities of our sect seniors, they will be able to help you remove the life-severing powder with ease. But I was wrong. I know that now." Xuantian begged continuously. Tang Yu frowned in reluctance when she saw his wretched state. Uncle Liang sighed internally. Tang Yu still lacked the determination to kill at the end of the day. No sect would spare someone like Xuantian easily. Just as Uncle Liang was about to step forth and make the decision to kill Xuantian on the spot for Tang Yu, Su Zimo's voice sounded darkly. "Since you're so afraid of death, go and die then." Suddenly, Su Zimo raised his leg and kicked Xuantian heavily against the chest. Snap! Xuantian was sent flying and slammed against the wall completely before sliding down with a trail of blood. His entire chest was sunken as his eyes glazed over. With a tilt of his head to the side, he was dead on the spot. The cultivators watching were dumbfounded. Tang Yu opened her mouth, as if she wanted to say something. However, in the end, she merely sighed without saying anything. Yes. Right then, in the corner, Xiaoning, who was initially sleeping, let out a drowsy sound. Su Zimo hurried over and squatted down. He placed his palm against Xiaoning's forehead before asking gently, "Xiaoning, how are you feeling, brother?" Xiaoning opened her eyes slightly and could not see what was before her clearly yet, merely replying instinctively due to the familiarity of the voice. "It's me." Su Zimo gripped Xiaoning's hand. A familiar warmth surged into her heart, and instantly, Xiaoning felt much more awake. She tried her best to open her eyes and her lips twitched as she smiled. "Brother, you're back?" "I'm fine, don't worry." Su Zimo found himself smiling uncontrollably when he saw Xiaoning's smile. Pushing her fringe away endearingly, he asked with a slightly reproachful tone, "Why were you so careless?" Xiaoning stuck out her tongue and blinked multiple times. Coming towards them, Tang Yu took out a jade bottle. "This is a great essence-nourishing elixir. Let Xiaoning consume it. Her body has just only purged away the poison and is still weak." "Thank you so much." Su Zimo nodded and received the jade bottle before pouring out an elixir the size of a fingernail and feeding it to Xiaoning. There was still something on Tang Yu's mind as she could not help but ask, "Fellow Taoist Su, did you guys have any feuds with Poison Sect?" Standing up, Su Zimo could not help but recall the Poison Sect cultivator he killed in the Golden Core's cave abode back at the borders of the ancient battlefield. "If you kill me, all of you will have to die on the ancient battlefield." Those were the last words of the Poison Sect cultivator. Su Zimo did not hide anything and nodded. "I killed a Poison Sect cultivator previously." "No wonder." Enlightened, Tang Yu said deeply, "Poison Sect cultivators are sinister and vengeful. Any cultivator that's able to use the Purple Corpse corrosion poison must have a high position within the sect. That person has most likely arrived at the city's north to poison all of you to death. It's just a pity." In truth, Tang Yu's guess was rather close. The Poison Sect cultivator's name was Luang, and he was also at 7 Meridian Foundation establishment. He was sent here to poison Su Zimo's group to death, but he ended up coming across Night's Spirit. The Purple Corpse corrosion poison was completely useless when used on Night's Spirit. Luang could not even survive a single round before he was killed by Night's Spirit on the spot. Chapter 400 Meet Yama. Chapter 400 Meet Yama. Su Zimo asked, "Why haven't I seen anyone from Poison Sect previously? Poison Sect only entered Xuantian City a few days ago. I reckon it should be for the Elixir Pool's sect ruins as well." Tang Yu looked at Su Zimo and said, "Although they only have slightly over 100 people for this expedition, all Poison Sect cultivators are filled with poison and they specialize in killing opponents above their levels. Even super sects such as Glass Palace and Malevolent Earth Sect don't want to provoke them. In reality, Tang Yu's statement was a reminder for Su Zimo to not offend Poison Sect lest he attract trouble and get himself killed. Su Zimo smiled but did not say anything. Upon seeing that Su Zimo did not seem to have taken anything in, Tang Yu continued. Actually, Poison Sect was the one who suffered an immense loss this time round. Not only did they lose a strong cultivator of the sect, Xuantian is completely fine. I'm sure that they must be feeling cautious after that failure. In the coming period, as long as we strengthen our defenses, Poison Sect will not dare to attack us rashly. After a slight pause, Tang Yu added, furthermore, even if you go and kill a few Poison Sect cultivators and return safely, so what? It's only for a moment of pleasure. Instead, you form a deep grudge with them that cannot be resolved. Thereafter, you will have to live life fearing that they might take revenge at any moment. It's not worth it. Yes. Su Zimo nodded after pondering for a moment. You are right. Tang Yu finally heaved a sigh of relief after Su Zimo replied. She relaxed and revealed a bright smile. A glint flashed across Su Zimo's eyes as he asked, what are the 7 lethals of Poison Sect? Poison Sect's 7 lethals refer to the 7 most powerful hidden weapons or poisons of Poison Sect. For Chi Refinement Warriors and Foundation Establishment Cultivators of Poison Sect, they can only make use of 2 of the 7 lethals, the Heart-Seeking Spike and the Purple Corpse Corrosion Poison. The Purple Corpse Corrosion Poison is a purplish-green powder, and anyone who touches it will most likely die. Glancing at Su Xuantian at the side, Tang Yu suddenly stopped speaking. There was someone in front of them that managed to survive against the Purple Corpse Corrosion Poison. Tang Yu knew that Su Xuantian must have some sort of a secret on her body. However, she was smart and chose not to ask about it. Heart-Seeking Spike? Su Zimo asked reminiscently. Is it a blue-colored spike that is as thin as a cow's hair? That's right. Tang Yu nodded. The terrifying part of the heart-seeking spike is not the poison coated on the needle, but itself. Itself? Su Zimo furrowed his brows slightly. Tang Yu explained. The heart-seeking spike is thin as a cow's hair. After entering one's body, it would flow along with the bloodstream until it ruptures the heart. It's useless even if one purges away the poison on the needle, the heart-seeking spike will still find its target and kill it. Su Zimo nodded. That explained why he felt his heart skip a beat when he was faced with that blue needle the other day. The feeling did not come from the poison on the heart-seeking spike, but the needle itself. In that short while, Su Xuantian had fallen asleep. With a flushed face and steady breathing, she was looking better. Young Master Tang, help me take care of Xuantian. I'll go out for a walk. All right. Tang Yu nodded and did not think much about it, merely reminding Su Zimo to not wander far and be careful. It was noon when Su Zimo left Elixir Young Sect. Standing at a street corner at the city's north, Su Zimo raised his head and looked at the sun expressionlessly. Instead of fearing the blinding sunlight, his eyes revealed coldness in them. Poison Sect. Su Zimo spat out 2 words. He walked south along the long street of Xuantian City. The south of the city was originally guarded by 2 of the 5 heretical doctrines, Puppet Sect and Tomb Sect. A few days ago, Poison Sect entered Xuantian City and forcefully took over a part of the city's south territory. Originally, this place was green and filled with weeds growing rampantly. However, within a few short days after Poison Sect settled down, the grass had all withered and died. The entire place turned sinister and desolate, and even insects and ants disappeared, as if there were no signs of life apart from those of Poison Sect. This noon, a green-robed cultivator arrived. He looked elegant and scholarly, walking with one hand behind his back. That guy seems a little familiar? I think he's the one from the bloody battle on the long street. Su Zimo, was it? Yes, that's him. Strange. What is he doing at Poison Sect's territory? Far away, some cultivators noticed Su Zimo. After all, he was the only person in the territory of Poison Sect, and he was strikingly obvious with his green robes that did not match the attire of Poison Sect. Before long, in front of everyone's watchful eyes, Su Zimo arrived before the residence of Poison Sect. 2 poison sect cultivators whose faces looked pale and yellow stood on each side of the door. They stared at Su Zimo, who was approaching with disdain in their eyes. To them, Su Zimo looked extremely weak and did not seem like a threat. Furthermore, Su Zimo was not wearing a sect badge on his waist. In other words, this was not somebody from a super sect. "What are you doing here?" the poison sect cultivator on the left asked with a raised brow. Smiling gently, Su Zimo pointed to the residence and asked instead, "This is poison sect, right? So what if it is?" The other cultivator sneered. Without replying, Su Zimo asked again, "Is Dukai here?" "Insolent! You must have a death wish!" The poison sect cultivators were enraged and shouted. The cultivator on the left hollered coldly, "The name of Senior Brother Du isn't something the likes of you can casually call out." The other cultivator added with a dark, sinister gaze, "Punk, you had better give me a reason not to kill you. Otherwise, I'll let you meet Yama in a moment." "Yama?" Su Zimo grinned. "Why wait a moment? I'll send you guys to meet him right away." Taking a step forward, Su Zimo suddenly extended his palm and swung it in reverse. With a thud, his arm whipped out like the trunk of a mystic elephant and smashed heavily against the head of the cultivator on the right. The person's brain juices splattered and he died on the spot without uttering a single word. The cultivator on the left was flabbergasted. He had not expected Su Zimo to try and kill them in poison sect's territory. "You!" He had just said a single word when Su Zimo had already closed in. Without saying anything, Su Zimo pushed him palm down on the person's head and exerted strength. Poof! The person's head was shoved inside his chest with his neck snapped. He was dead before his body even collapsed onto the ground. Indifferent even after killing 2 people, Su Zimo entered Poison Sect's residence with a calm expression. The cultivators that were watching from afar had agape mouths. They had yet to react to what just happened. After a brief moment, there was an uproar. "Something is happening." Those 3 words were the only things left in the minds of those cultivators. They did not know what grudge Su Zimo had with Poison Sect. However, they knew that something shocking was about to happen in Xuantian City once more. Exchanging glances, the cultivators deployed movement techniques and scattered everywhere. Before long, the entire Xuantian City was about to find out about this. Chapter 401 Who is Dukai? Chapter 401 Who is Dukai? Xuantian City, North, Elixir Young Sect. After settling Su Xiaoning down, Tang Yu sent another order for all Elixir Yang Sect cultivators to be on their guard and watch out for anyone suspicious. She was extremely wary of Poison Sect. After all, it was hard to guarantee that Poison Sect wouldn't do anything extreme for revenge after losing a core disciple who could release the purple corpse corrosion poison. It was never wrong to plan ahead. Furthermore, after what happened, Tang Yu had an uneasy feeling. In fact, it was like a premonition that something big was about to happen. The atmosphere within Elixir Young Sect became tense after Tang Yu's series of orders. Almost all the cultivators were activated. 10 people formed a small team while 100 people formed a large team as they took turns to patrol Elixir Young Sect's area. Right then, 2 cultivators came together, a man and a woman. The man was handsome and the woman looked cold. They were Ji Qingtian and Ling Ro. Ji Qingtian was originally cultivating in his room, but he heard a commotion outside for a long time, as if something big had happened. He came out and asked around before finding out the news that Xiaoning was attacked and Su Zimo had returned. Instantly, he hurried forth to find out more about the details. Ling Ro was originally cultivating in Thousand Crane Sect and had only found out about this when she heard Thousand Crane Sect cultivators discussing about it. By the time she got here, she bumped into Ji Qingtian. When Tang Yu saw the 2 of them, she greeted and nodded. "Fellow Taoists, you're just in time. I was about to warn you guys to watch out. Your group has been targeted by Poison Sect. How is Xiaoning? I heard that she was poisoned." Ji Qingtian asked. "She's fine now," Tang Yu smiled. "She's currently asleep. I reckon she'll recover after resting for a couple of days." "What about Zimo?" Ling Rose suddenly asked. Tang Yu replied. He said that he's going out for a walk. I guess he'll be back soon. Do you guys want to wait here for a while? When they heard that, Xuantian and Ling Rose's expressions changed. The two of them exchanged glances. Both could tell of the worry in the other's eyes. What's wrong? Sensing something amiss through their gazes, Tang Yu could not help but ask. Xuantian said deeply with a solemn expression. Zimo has most likely gone to cause trouble for Poison Sect. Ah? Tang Yu was stunned for a brief moment before replying hesitantly. It can't be, right? Sighing gently, Xuantian shook his head. You haven't known Zimo for long, so I guess you don't understand his character too well yet. Although he looks calm and gentle, he has a sharp edge in his bones. If it was anybody else, they might be able to suck it up after considering about Poison Sect's strength. But not Zimo. Langro added. Furthermore, Poison Sect targeted Xiaoning. Dragons possess reverse scales and anyone who touches it will die. Xiaoning was equivalent to Su Zimo's reverse scale. Recalling Su Zimo's attitude before he left, Tang Yu frowned. However, he seemed like he was rather calm and did not have any strong killing intent. How is that possible? Xuantian and Ling Rose shook their heads. Given Su Zimo's personality, there was no way he would let things go, especially after something happened to Xiaoning. Xuantian asked. What did Zimo say to you before leaving? Nothing much. I urged him to calm down, and told him that he would only be seeking a moment of pleasure even if he killed a few Poison Sect cultivators. Not only would it not help, he would even incur Poison Sect's maniacal revenge. After thinking, Tang Yu continued. Furthermore, he even agreed to my viewpoint at that time and said that I was right. Xuantian's expression changed slightly as he took a deep breath of air. There should be no mistake. Zimo has definitely gone to Poison Sect. Huh? Tang Yu was confused. I'm guessing that Zimo merely said half of what's on his mind. He did not verbally say out the second half. What half? Tang Yu asked subconsciously. You are right, so I'll go and kill everyone from Poison Sect. Everyone. Tang Yu's expression changed starkly, and her eyes were filled with shock. This fellow Taoist Su is alone. Wouldn't he most likely die by going there? There's bound to be countless hidden weapons and traps at Poison Sect's residence. Tang Yu was panicked and murmured. Fellow Taoist Su is way too reckless. Even though he's indeed strong, Poison Sect cultivators are extremely sinister in their methods. He hasn't even heard of Poison Sect's 7 lethals. There's no doubt he'll be disadvantaged. I don't know whether he'll be disadvantaged. Xuantian shook his head. But what I do know is that this is something Su Zimo will definitely do. That's the type of reaction he should have. I'll go back and ask for backups from the 1,000 Crane Sect cultivators. Without wasting time, Ling Rose turned to leave. Tang Yu composed herself and said in a deep voice, I'll gather forces right now and try to head to the city's south as soon as possible. I hope I'm not too late. City's south, Poison Sect. In a spacious hall, the doors were tightly shut. Although it was noon and the sun was scorching outside, there was not much light within the hall, and it seemed dark and creepy. In the darkness deep within the hall, a voice sounded from the center. How long has Luang been gone for? The voice was sharp and feminine with a hint of coldness that made one shudder. Senior Brother Du, it's been almost 4 hours. A cultivator appeared and cupped his hands. That's long. The dark feminine voice sounded again, seemingly impatient. From what I know, there are 3 people in the city's north. Apart from Su Xiaoning, there's also Xuantian and Ling Rose. It'll probably take him some time to poison all 3 of them to death. The person who spoke was Wei Qi, a 6 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivator of Poison Sect. The person hidden in the darkness was the commander of Poison Sect's expedition, 7 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivator, Du Kai. Those are just small fries. The person I want to kill is Su Zimo. Du Kai's voice was filled with endless killing intent. Anyone who dares to touch anybody from Poison Sect will have to enjoy the taste of our methods. A short moment later, Dukai asked again. Where did that Su Zimo go to? Why isn't he back to the city yet? Don't worry, senior brother Du his sister is in Xuantian City, so he'll definitely be back. Wei Qi replied with certainty. Right then, a commotion could vaguely be heard outside. Dukai frowned and did not take it to heart. This was the territory of Poison Sect. Even super sects such as Glass Palace and Malevolent Earth Sect wouldn't dare to tread lightly. However, the commotion grew closer before long and there were screams and cries of pain mixed in it. Dukai narrowed his eyes and said coldly, Wei Qi, go and see what's happening outside. Understood. As soon as Wei Qi stood up, there was a loud bang and the ground shook. The entire hall was on the verge of collapse as dust rustled down. Suddenly, the door exploded and countless gravel flew in all directions. Sunlight spilled in, restoring some light in the hall. At the entrance of the hall, under the sunlight, stood a figure that, although wasn't too tall, was filled with a sharp killing intent and a torrential aura. Who is Dukai? The person's gaze was burning and was even brighter than the scorching sun outside. Chapter 402 Who Can Stop Me? Chapter 402 Who Can Stop Me? In the hall, Wei Qi dodged multiple incoming rocks and looked extremely wretched as he turned his gaze towards the door. When he saw the intruder, he exclaimed in shock. Ah, it's Su Zimo! Dukai was initially extremely composed deep in the hall. When he heard that name, his eyes narrowed to a slit and shone with a cold glint as he smirked cruelly. Su Zimo's eyes shifted onto Wei Qi's face and shone brightly with a sharp killing intent. In a flash, he appeared before the latter. It was too fast. Wei Qi merely felt his vision blur and his throat clamp up. He was lifted entirely from the ground with Su Zimo choking his throat. You've seen me before? Su Zimo asked coldly with a razor gaze. Poison Sect had only entered Xuantian City a couple of days ago, and during that time, Su Zimo was not in the city. He was on the Saber Mountain. It was normal for Poison Sect to have heard of his name. However, it was strange if someone knew his identity at first glance. With Su Zimo choking him, Wei Qi could barely breathe and looked extremely terrible. His eyes turned bloodshot and bulged out from their sockets as his tongue stuck out. I saw you before, in that cave abode. Wei Qi stuttered with fear in his eyes. He knew extremely well that the person before him was going to snap his throat if he hesitated even slightly. Oh. Su Zimo nodded and understood instantly. There had always been a doubt in his mind. How did Poison Sect that was in the ancient battlefield know about him killing a cultivator of theirs in the Golden Core cave abode? So, there was a second Poison Sect cultivator in the crowd back then. In other words, the final statement made by the Poison Sect cultivator before his death was for this cultivator so as to send a message back to the sect to take revenge for the former. Very well. You can die now. Exerting strength in his palm, Su Zimo crushed Wei Qi's throat and tossed the corpse aside. Right from the beginning, Dukai sat deep in the hall without moving, watching everything curiously with a mocking gaze. Outside the hall, Poison Sect cultivators from all over the place were starting to gather. Su Zimo, you've got balls. To think that you would dare barge into the territory of Poison Sect. Hee hee hee. Dukai laughed sinisterly, like a violent ghost in the dark. Poison Sect? Su Zimo sneered. I can come and leave as I please. Who can stop me? Ha! How brazen! Do you really think that you can kill our cultivators just like that? Dukai burst into laughter and stood up, declaring coldly. Poison Sect cultivators are filled with poison from head to toe. You must have a death wish for killing our cultivator with your bare hands. Why don't you take a look at your palm and see if it's starting to turn black? I urge you. Su Zimo raised his palm and Dukai's voice stopped. His palm was still jade-like white and looked pristine without any traces of poison. Instantly, Dukai's face darkened. Although the poison coated on Wei Qi's body was not one of the 7 lethals, it was more than enough to kill more than 10 ancient remnant beasts. In fact, even pure-blooded ferocious beasts might be half dead against this poison. However, Suzumo was completely fine? He was completely unaffected. Dukai had seen everything clearly. There was no glove or protective equipment on Suzumo's palm. Even if he racked his brains, he would not have imagined that Suzumo possessed such terrifying power in his bloodline. The toxic poison that could eliminate ancient remnant beasts was completely washed away by Suzumo's immensely terrifying bloodline right after entering his body. Everyone else viewed Poison Sect as a great threat, but they were nothing much to Suzumo. The 7 lethals of Poison Sect were the only things that could threaten him. Dukai, was it? You don't have to wait for that Poison Sect cultivator to return anymore. He has already died on the long street in the city's north. Striding widely, Suzumo advanced towards Dukai. Additionally, my sister's life is in no danger. Sorry to disappoint you. Dukai's gaze turned cold and suddenly, he stomped his feet just as Suzumo was closing in. Instantly, a warning flashed through Suzumo's mind as his legs stumbled. The floor had suddenly sunk in. It was already too late to summon his flying sword by then. With a whoosh, a pair of gigantic spirit wings extended from Suzumo's back. Although there was nothing beneath his feet, he could soar through the air. Shoo! 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 Swift sounds shot through the air continuously and were extremely soft. Suzumo might not have heard them if he hadn't cleared his ear orifices. The moment the floor slab beneath his feet sank in, a poison needle as thin as cow's hair shot up from the darkness below. It was the heart-seeking spike, one of Poison Sect's 7 lethals. With his spirit perception's warning, Suzumo had already activated his wings a moment earlier and charged towards Dukai, who was in the depths of the hall. A blue heart-seeking spike brushed by Suzumo, missing by a bare inch. At the entrance of the hall, many Poison Sect cultivators swarmed in, summoning their spirit weapons one after another. Most of the Poison Sect cultivators were using weapons that were extremely cunning. The only thing they had in common was that they were all coated with poison, reflecting in rainbow colors against the sunlight. In midair, Suzumo slapped his storage bag. Buzz! 18 supreme-grade flying swords were summoned, buzzing and gleaming with spirit light as they emitted an endless sharpness. Swoosh! 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 Speeding through the air, the 18 flying swords left behind streams of sword chi that shone brightly. It was the candlelight sword formation. Suzumo did not show any mercy at all. He started off right away with his strongest immortality cultivation killing move, the candlelight sword formation. Even if they did not form a sword formation, the power of 18 supreme-grade flying swords bursting forth together was already sufficiently terrifying, let alone the might of a sword formation. Now that Suzumo was already at 6 Meridian Foundation establishment, the strength of the candlelight sword formation increased as well. Even ordinary 7 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivators wouldn't be able to withstand the killing might of the sword formation. The advantage of Poison Sect cultivators was in their usage of poisons. However, in terms of actual strength, they were similar to cultivators of ordinary sections. Go! Suzumo pointed forward and hollered softly. Right after, the 18 flying swords gathered together with their tips pointing outwards in unison, forming a gigantic sword-shaped circular disc. 18 rays of sword chi were released like a blazing sun, and was extremely dazzling. The moment the sword formation entered the crowd, a gaping hole was formed. The strongest of the Poison Sect cultivators were only at 7 Meridian Foundation establishment. None of them could withstand the rush of the candlelight sword formation as a blood mist formed with broken limbs flying everywhere. Most of the Poison Sect cultivators had their lives hanging on a thread and could not spare any attention to deal with Suzumo. While releasing the candlelight sword formation, Suzumo withdrew a gigantic blood-colored saber from his storage bag that emitted a boundless might. Clang! Clang! The saber quivered, buzzing with a murderous metallic sound. In that instant, Suzumo had already lunged in front of Dukai. Swinging Blood Quencher, he descended from the skies with a loud roar. Die! Chapter 403 Life Exchange. Chapter 403 Life Exchange. Dukai was calm in the face of Su Zimo's ferocious slash. With a flicker in his eyes, he retreated while flicking his sleeves, spreading a purplish-green powder towards the direction that Su Zimo was arriving in. It was one of Poison Sect's 7 lethals, the Purple Corpse Corrosion Poison. Throughout history, there had been countless geniuses that were much stronger than Poison Sect cultivators of the same level. However, many of them died against the Purple Corpse Corrosion Poison as well. Each of the 7 lethals was made by crushing countless corpses and bones and was extremely notorious. Su Zimo was fearless against any other poison. However, he did not dare to be careless against the Purple Corpse Corrosion Poison. He recalled the saber stance he had learned back in the Saber Mountain Spirit Sea and retracted his saber before slashing out again. Swoosh! The sound of a surging tide gushed forth from Blood Quencher's blade. A massive tsunami and a countercurrent force burst forth, as if a massive wave was about to crush down in a terrifying manner. How is that possible? Finally, Dukai's expression changed as he exclaimed. While he did not recognize the origin of that saber technique, he could tell that Su Zimo's attack had already surpassed the first mastery level in the way of the saber, and was at the level of force. This was a level that most cultivators could not reach even if they spent their entire lives. Even if cultivators could comprehend the force, almost all of them were golden cores. On the one hand, it was because one would achieve indescribable wonders upon forming a core, that was a state of returning to nature and simplifying everything. On the other hand, it was also because forming a golden core was equivalent to breaking free of the shackles of heaven and earth for the first time, allowing a cultivator to gain a lifespan of 500 years. A sufficiently long lifespan also meant that the cultivator would have more time and energy to spend on comprehending the Tao of Sabers, thus gaining enlightenment on the state of force. Of course, throughout history, there would always be cultivators in every generation who could manage to gain enlightenment of that level even at Foundation Establishment realm. However, those cultivators were extremely rare and each of them were the top paragons of their respective sections. This Su Zimo that was before Dukai was a nobody, a mere cultivator who had arrived from a remote place in Tianhuang mainland, and yet he managed to cultivate to that state? Against the countercurrent force, the Purple Corpse Corrosion Poison Powder was blown away completely, and there was not a speck to be found on Su Zimo's body. Dukai avoided that slash and a look of fear flashed through his eyes. Su Zimo was far scarier than he had imagined. On the other side, Candlelight Sword Formation spiraled on, and had already sliced more than 100 Poison Sect cultivators into pieces. No one could even last a single round against the sword formation that was charging left and right. The Candlelight Sword Formation alone was enough to block the Poison Sect cultivators at the entrance. Although there were some spirit weapons that managed to get through, their impact towards Su Zimo was almost negligible. Dukai found himself stuck in a situation where he was alone without reinforcements. After realizing the terror of Su Zimo's strength, Dukai wielded daggers in each hand that shone with a faint green light. Instead of fighting Su Zimo head-on, he was dodging repeatedly and sending out hidden weapons from time to time just to drag things out. On the surface, Su Zimo was the one that was suppressing Dukai and had the advantage. However, in reality, their fight was extremely treacherous and shuddering. Dukai had hidden weapons everywhere, and he could throw out one of them that was coated with poison with every move. Every single portion of Dukai's body contained the possibility of a hidden weapon flying. In fact, even his hair could send forth heart-seeking spikes with a single fling, so it was almost impossible to defend against everything. Any other ordinary 7 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivator would have died multiple times during this period of time. However, Su Zimo was able to suppress Dukai by relying on his spirit perception to avoid danger time and again. At the same time, Su Zimo had something else in mind. Although he had memorized the 5 stances of Sea Calming, he was not too familiarized with the moves. Even Countercurrent, which he had managed to gain comprehension of its force, wasn't at a point where he could release it flawlessly. Since it was rare for him to meet with such an opponent, Su Zimo had nothing else on his mind and was thoroughly immersed in practicing his saber technique. Although Sea Calming seemed like it merely consisted of 5 stances, each stance possessed an endless secret to it, and one could even dissect it to 100 or 1,000 different stances. Apart from the final stance that he was still unable to produce, Su Zimo practiced the first 4 stances one after another, becoming increasingly familiar with the saber technique, increasingly sharper and increasingly natural. Dukai was now Su Zimo's whetstone. In that period of time, the 100-odd poison sect cultivators were mostly done in by the candlelight sword formation, and the remaining cultivators escaped hurriedly. They hid outside the hall, watching from the darks. If Dukai won, they would enter at the appropriate moment. As such, they wouldn't be considered as deserters and wouldn't receive punishment. However, if Su Zimo won, there was only a single word: escape. As time passed by, Su Zimo's saber technique became increasingly refined, flowing like fluid without any delays. He was no longer as amateurish as before. With that, it became increasingly difficult for Dukai to defend. Furthermore, what was the difference between Su Zimo and Dukai's physique? Su Zimo fought fiercer as the battle dragged on and was filled with energy. His bloodline churned within his body, surging faster and faster as the faint sounds of tsunami coupled with the surging tides of his saber technique harmonized with one another. With a pale face, sweat was pouring down from Dukai's forehead and he was panting. What a sicko! Dukai cursed internally. There was no way he knew that Su Zimo was merely using him as a whetstone to refine his saber techniques on. He thought that Su Zimo was doing it on purpose to torment him endlessly, trying to wear him down by attrition. How bloody evil! Gritting his teeth, Dukai's eyes turned cold and his expression was malicious. The look in his eyes was turning more hysterical by the moment. Bloody hell, I'll fight you with everything! He heaved a deep breath of air and suddenly lunged towards Su Zimo, raising both daggers he wielded towards the latter's throat. Spinning horizontally with his saber, Su Zimo slashed against the 2 daggers and used vortex instinctively. A spiral energy burst forth instantly, and Dukai's daggers were sent flying as his palms split apart with blood oozing out. After vortex, Su Zimo slashed in reverse like a ripple on the surface of the ocean. It swiped towards Dukai's chest in a seemingly gentle motion. Ripple stance. If countercurrent represented might, ripple represented tenderness. Seemingly gentle, it permeated every single pore as the saber force pushed on relentlessly. It was almost impossible for anyone involved in it to escape, and it would eventually kill them. Dukai could not and did not want to avoid that slash. He was now completely maniacal as he rushed forward with complete disregard towards Su Zimo's blood quencher. His eyes shone with wrath as he yelled, "Kill!" A sense of danger rang in Su Zimo's mind. At that moment, Su Zimo snapped out of his mechanical practice mode instantly. Dukai's hidden weapon was hidden in his mouth. The moment he opened his mouth, a chain of thin blue needles with a nauseating aura shot forth, almost suffocating Su Zimo. It was a killing blow. That was also Dukai's killing move that was made in exchange with his own life. Although he had the warning from his spirit perception, Su Zimo was immersed in his saber technique practice. By the time he snapped out of it, he was still a bit too late. Chapter 404 Movements. Chapter 404 Movements. The moment Dukai opened his mouth, heart-seeking spikes as thin as a cow's hair had already arrived before Su Zimo in a cluster. The distance between them was too close. By then, it was already too late for Su Zimo to dodge, let alone use blood quencher to defend. Poof! Dukai's chest was slashed first. The massive wound almost split his body into 2 as fresh blood gushed. However, as if he couldn't feel any pain, Dukai's eyes were fervent as he laughed menacingly. Even if I have to die, I'll drag you. Kill! Suddenly, Dukai's sentence was interrupted by a loud shout, and he could no longer continue. A boom sounded in his mind as his ears rang repeatedly, as though he was struck by lightning. The stinging pain was unbearable and his mind went momentarily blank. If there was a mirror that Dukai could see himself in at this moment, he would find his ears gushing with fresh blood and his eyes ruptured. Thunderclap kill! Su Zimo knew of a sonic secret skill that, although couldn't match with the power of his blood chi and spirit arts, could be used instantaneously and produce mystifying effects. Initially, the might of Su Zimo's thunderclap kill would have never been able to get to this stage. However, after clearing his 7 orifices, the strength of his mouth orifice increased exponentially, and the might of thunderclap kill evolved to a state where it couldn't be ignored. Furthermore, the two of them were too close together, and Dukai's 7 orifices bled instantly against the shock of Su Zimo's voice. The true terror was still awaiting. Su Zimo had not only used his mouth orifice for that roar, but also the immense power of his 5 organs. The moment he opened his mouth, there was a massive air current. The heart-seeking spikes that were about to strike Su Zimo paused in their tracks and reversed at an even faster speed. Dukai's pupils constricted as he was blinded by a bright blue light. Poof! 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 The sounds of sharp objects piercing into flesh echoed as the chain of heart-seeking spikes buried themselves into Dukai's face, disappearing in an instant without any blood at all. Dukai staggered in retreat. He had barely taken a few steps when his face turned ink black with blood oozing from the side of his lips. Collapsing stiffly, he died on the spot. Since he was young, Dukai had been playing with poison, and there were countless cultivators who had died against that move of his. However, he had never expected himself to die in the hands of his own ultimate move. Su Zimo's figure descended as well as he heaved a sigh of relief. What happened earlier had given him a shock as well. If he hadn't had a secret skill like Thunderclap Kill, he would have been the one lying on the floor right now. Turning around, Su Zimo smiled coldly at the poison sect cultivators that were watching from outside the hall. In a flash, he charged into the crowd with Blood Quencher. Poison sect had crossed Su Zimo's bottom line by laying their hands on Xuantian. The moment he stepped into this place, he had no intention of letting anyone off. Xuantian's guess was right. Su Zimo's motive was to exterminate them from the roots. Su Zimo had to remove every single trace of danger from Xuantian's side. Night Spirit was imperceptibly strong. At the very least, even Su Zimo wouldn't dare to claim that he would be victorious in a life-and-death battle against it. However, he had only entrusted Night Spirit with a single task upon entering the ancient battlefield, to take care of Xuantian. Even if he was facing immense danger, he did not need Night Spirit to assist him. That fact alone was enough to tell how much Xuantian mattered to Su Zimo. The massacre continued. Although Su Zimo was alone, the remaining poison sect cultivators had already given up all thoughts of retaliating and scurried hurriedly. City's East Glass Palace. Reportee. A Glass Palace cultivator sprinted the entire way and arrived at a mansion. Greeting the handsome man before him with cupped fists, he said, "Senior Brother Pei, a massive battle has broken out at the city's south in Poison Sect's territory. Somebody witnessed Su Zimo returning to the city early this morning. Not long after, he arrived at the city's south and barged into Poison Sect." "Oh?" Pei Chunyu raised his brow with a slightly curious expression. "Barging into the territory of Poison Sect? How many people did Su Zimo take along with him?" The person replied, "He's alone." "Alone?" Frowning, Pei Chunyu pondered for a moment. He couldn't help but shake his head in light laughter, as he remarked in a leisurely manner, "Poison Sect is filled with traps and there are more than 100 cultivators standing guard. There's even Du Kai, that poison man, around. Su Zimo definitely has a death wish for barging into Poison Sect alone. Fufu, if I had known that Su Zimo would be so reckless and dumb, I wouldn't have needed to waste my efforts on him." Pei Chunyu could not help but feel a tinge of regret as he thought about Lu Yun, who had yet to return from the hunt of Su Zimo. It was more than 10 days, and Lu Yun's radio silence probably represented his doom. The thought of Lu Yun failing and being killed by Su Zimo instead had crossed Pei Chunyu's mind too. However, he felt that Lu Yun was at 7 Meridian Foundation establishment after all. In terms of strength, he was the only one above Lu Yun. Given the strength that Su Zimo displayed in that battle on the Long Street, there was no way that person could be a threat to Lu Yun. Pei Chunyu said, "Since we've got nothing on, let's go and watch the show." City's West, Malevolent Earth Sect. In a dark and sinister palace, a malevolent earth sect cultivator knelt on the ground and said in a deep voice, Su Zimo returned to the city today. Not long after, he barged into Poison Sect alone and created a massacre. The current state of the battle is unknown. The fiend heir of malevolent earth sect, Xuantian, opened his eyes with a flicker of mockery. Even the gods can't save somebody that's looking to die. Barging into Poison Sect alone? Foo-foo. Standing up, Xuantian remarked darkly. Let's go and help him collect his corpse. The long street connecting Xuantian cities north and south. More than 1,000 cultivators of Elixir Yang sect and 1,000 Crane sect flew towards the cities south on their flying swords. The dense group attracted countless gazes. That group of cultivators was around half of the sect's strength in the ancient battlefield. Their leaders were Tang Yu of Elixir Yang sect and Feng Man of 1,000 Crane sect. Ji Qingtian and Ling Ro followed behind the two of them with grim expressions silently. In truth, 1,000 Crane sect did not have to be involved in this. Part of the reason why Feng Man was able to lead so many cultivators forward was due to the close ties between the two sects, and as a favor for Tang Yu. At the same time, it was due to Ling Ro's insistent pleads. Tang Yu was flustered and there was sweat on her forehead. She declared as she rode on her flying sword, Fellow Taoists, please follow my orders later on. Our priority is to rescue fellow Taoist Su. Let's try our best to avoid fighting the Poison Sect cultivators head-on. That's right, Feng Man added. This is a rescue mission, not a battle. Thereafter, Feng Man whispered consolingly, Xiao Yu, don't be worried. Fellow Taoist Su is extraordinarily strong and the heavens will bless him. Perhaps we might be able to make it in time. In truth, Feng Man no longer bore any hope despite what she said. To her, they would only make it in time to help Su Zimo collect his corpse. Thank you, Sister Man. Tang Yu forced a smile and expressed her thanks. In a split second, all the factions in Xuantian City were alerted and moved towards Poison Sect at the city's south one after another. Chapter 405 How Tragic. Chapter 405 How Tragic. In the skies, more than 10 figures rode on their flying swords. Their leader was a handsome man in luxurious robes. With eyes that were crystalline like glass, he exuded a unique aura that attracted everyone's attention. He was none other than the commander for Glass Palace's expedition, Pei Chunyu. Glass Palace's group was about to arrive at Poison Sect at the city's south. At the same time, another group of cultivators rode on their flying swords from the direction opposite of Glass Palace. Wearing black robes, they were none other than malevolent Earth Sect cultivators. The two major sects were not far from one another, and could even see the other through the skies. Reportee. Right then, a Glass Palace cultivator sped over with a frantic expression. His eyes could barely contain his shock as he gulped before struggling to say, Senior Brother Pei, Poison Sect is no more. Oh, Pei Chunyu replied and wasn't too bothered. After a slight pause, he frowned and returned to his senses. Gazing at his underling's face, he asked slowly with an increasingly sharp expression, What did you just say? Repeat yourself? The other Glass Palace cultivators looked at that person confusedly, thinking that they had heard wrongly. The reporting cultivator chuckled bitterly and shook his head. Poison Sect's faction in the ancient battlefield is gone. Almost all the Poison Sect cultivators were massacred by Su Zimo. The Glass Palace group was shocked. How is that possible? Almost at the same time, Pei Chunyu and Xuantian felt their hearts skip a beat as they exclaimed. They exchanged glances through the void. There was a malevolent Earth Sect cultivator standing in front of Xuantian as well, relaying the same message. Realizing that they had lost their composure, both of them took a deep breath and calmed themselves down. Pei Chunyu gripped his fists tightly and narrowed his eyes, asking with grit teeth, What about Dukai of Poison Sect? What about their traps? What about the 7 lethals? The 100-odd cultivators of Poison Sect? The Glass Palace cultivator paused for a moment before sighing. They're all gone. They're all gone. Those 3 simple words revealed a hint of exasperation, shock, fear, and endless emotions. Poison sect, one of the 5 heretical doctrines. A faction that even Glass Palace wasn't willing to provoke personally was destroyed by that person alone. Everyone present stood dumbfounded on their flying swords in midair with agape mouths. The 3 words lingered in their minds and they couldn't snap out of it. All the Glass Palace and Malevolent Earth sect cultivators quietened down. In the vast skies, the atmosphere was strangely tense. A moment later, a Glass Palace cultivator could not help but ask warily, "Senior Brother Pei, are we still going to watch the show?" Initially, they were accompanying Pei Chunyu to watch how tragically Su Zimo would die. But now, everyone gave up on that thought upon receiving the news. Pei Chunyu's gaze flickered and his expression was indeterminate. Pondering briefly, Pei Chunyu's eyes shone with immense killing intent as he remarked darkly, "Go! All the more we have to go check things out because of this." At the same time, the fiend heir of Malevolent Earth sect, Xuantian, made a similar decision on the other side. Both of them thought about the same thing. Poison sect was one of the 5 heretical doctrines after all and had more than 100 cultivators with 7 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivators among them. Even if Su Zimo managed to exterminate Poison sect, it must have been an arduous battle. Even if Su Zimo wasn't severely injured right now, he was most likely at his weakest and might even be riddled with poison from head to toe. This was the best time to kill that man. Glass Palace and Malevolent Earth sect were immortal and fiend sects respectively. Throughout history, immortals and fiends have always been on opposing ends and would never join forces in the open. However, at that moment, Pei Chunyu and Xuantian exchanged glances and had a tacit understanding. "Let's go!" Pei Chunyu ordered and sped forth with the Glass Palace cultivators towards Poison sect at the city's south. On the long street connecting north and south. Speeding with the large group of cultivators, Tang Yu and Feng Man arrived in the vicinity of Poison sect before long. There was a large crowd of cultivators before them, packed densely and watching keenly. It was unknown what the cultivators saw, but their eyes were filled with shock. When Tang Yu's group arrived, a passage was immediately squeezed out for them. Suddenly, a fat and rotund figure charged through the crowd, greeting them with delight. "Senior Brother Ji, Sister Lang! You guys are here too!" That was none other than Little Fatty, who had just joined Tomb sect. Xuantian, who had just joined Puppet sect, was at the side as well. The two of them had not changed much during that 10-odd days. Little Fatty seemed like he had grown a little fatter, and Xuantian still looked foolish as ever. Tomb sect and Puppet sect were part of the 5 heretical doctrines, and were situated at the city's south to begin with. When something happened to Poison sect, it was natural that the both of them were the first to arrive. "How's everything inside?" Xuantian asked softly with a grim expression. "Tisk, tsk. Pouting his lips, Little Fatty laughed with raised brows. "You guys are too late and missed everything. Hee hee. Tragic. It's truly tragic." When she heard that, Tang Yu's eyes dimmed as she mumbled to herself as if she had lost her soul. "We were still too late. It's my fault. I should have guessed it. I could have stopped you." Tang Yu was flustered and did not notice Little Fatty's expression and tone. However, Xuantian and Lang Ro frowned. In theory, Little Fatty should be more anxious and sadder than anyone else if something had happened to Su Zimo. Why would he be in such a gloating mood? Little Fatty was stunned when he saw Tang Yu's reaction. At the side, Feng Man raised her brow lightly and pulled Tang Yu into her embrace. Glaring at Little Fatty, she chided, "Fatty, shut up!" Little Fatty was even more stunned. Was I wrong? Unable to comprehend what was going on, he turned to Xuantian and asked, "Silly Jian, what's going on?" Xuantian was puzzled as well as he scratched his head. Looking at Xuantian and the others, he asked in seriousness, "Brother Ji, why did you guys bring so many people along to watch the show? Man, anyone who didn't know better might think that you guys are out for a fight." Xuantian could not help but roll his eyes. "Zimo is fine? Yeah? Alive and hopping," Little Fatty replied. Bouncing from Feng Man's embrace, Tang Yu blinked and asked without wiping the tears from her eyes. But you said that it was tragic? Truly tragic. I meant that it was tragic for Poison Sect. Everyone was dumbfounded and froze on the spot, unable to take the facts in for a moment. Right then, a Poison Sect cultivator stained with blood ran in their directions, staggering with a frightful face. Swoosh! He had not gotten far when a cold light flashed behind him. An arrow pierced his back with a swoosh, protruding out from his chest with blood everywhere. The person's eyes dimmed and took a couple more steps forward before collapsing to his death. Everyone turned instinctively towards the direction where the arrow came from. At the entrance of Poison Sect's residence, a green-robed cultivator strode over with a calm expression and a bright gaze. In fact, there weren't even any traces of blood on him as he put away the moon-colored gigantic bow in his hands into his storage bag with a calm expression. At the same time, the Glass Palace and Malevolent Earth Sect groups arrived to witness that scene. Chapter 406 Dishonest. Chapter 406 Dishonest. Arriving in midair, Pei Chunyu and Xuantian looked down from above to witness Poison Sect in a wretched state with corpses strewn all over the floor. Warm blood flowed everywhere. It was a living hell beneath them. Poison Sect was truly destroyed. How could this be? The same doubt flashed through the both of their minds. In that bloody battle on the long street, the strength that Su Zimo displayed was far from enough to destroy Poison Sect. Could that man have broken through once more and increased his strength significantly in more than 10 days? A look of caution flickered through their eyes. Of course, the most shocking thing for them was Su Zimo's current condition. Steadied breathing and a calm expression, he did not seem like he had just been through a massive battle. This should have been a battle that was tougher and more dangerous than the bloody battle on the long street. However, neither of them could spot any signs of fatigue on Su Zimo's face nor wounds on his body. Was it all a farce while the truth was that he was at the end of the road? Pei Chunyu and Xuantian glared intently at Su Zimo, wanting to expose his true weakened self. However, a moment later, the two of them gave up. They couldn't read him at all. That man looked to be a frail scholar when he was calm. One could only experience the terrifying strength emitted from his body after he made a move, and it was even fiercer than ancient ferocious beasts. Pei Chunyu took a deep breath of air and turned his gaze towards Tang Yu's group. When he saw their size, he gave up on his idea. No matter what Su Zimo's current condition was, it would be difficult for him to attempt to kill Su Zimo at this moment. Of course, that did not mean that Glass Palace was afraid of Elixir Young Sect. In a head-on battle, the strength of the four unorthodox groups would never match the Immortal and Fiend sects as well as the Buddhist monasteries. Right now, the Elixir Pool sect ruins had yet to appear and they hadn't seen any treasures yet. There was no need for him to fight anyone to the death since outsiders could seize the opportunity to take advantage of them while they were weak. Subtly, Pei Chunyu turned to leave with his group from Glass Palace. On the other side, the Fiend heir of Malevolent Earth Sect, Xuantian, made the same decision expressionlessly and returned to the city's west. In reality, Su Zimo's appearance was truly not faked. After attaining lesser mastery of the orifice-clearing section, the bit of strength he had expended was nothing to him. The battle had turned into a one-sided massacre after Du Kai's death. Making use of his movement techniques, speed, and ethereal wings, Su Zimo killed brashly and no one could hold out a single round against him. For some of the cultivators that escaped further, Su Zimo hunted them down with the moon concealment bow. In this battle, more than 100 Poison Sect cultivators were completely annihilated with no survivors. Little Fatty, Shurjian and the others took it relatively well. However, Feng Man, Thousand Crane Sect and Elixir Yang Sect were completely stunned as they froze on the spot. Earlier on, Tang Yu was reminding them repeatedly that after entering the battlefield, their priority was rescue instead of fighting. However, their plans could not catch up to the changes. By the time they arrived, they didn't even have the chance even if they wanted to fight Poison Sect cultivators. Although Tang Yu had high regards for Su Zimo's strength, she could not believe that he could overwhelm Poison Sect, one of the 5 heretical doctrines, single-handedly. Su Zimo strode over leisurely and arrived before Tang Yu and the others, smiling gently. "I've caused you guys worries. I'm fine." In that short period of time, Tang Yu went through a roller coaster of emotions. Initially, she was only worried about Su Zimo. After seeing that he was fine, she felt like a load was lifted off her shoulders. Right after, she felt indignant as she looked at him in a huff, revealing a hint of a maiden's attitude that was extremely charming. Tang Yu merely felt that the person before her was extremely horrible to create empty worries for her, causing her to lose her composure time and again. Why you? Didn't you say that you were merely going out for a walk?" Initially, Tang Yu wanted to give Su Zimo a good lecture. However, when she saw the latter's smile, her words sounded like the grumble of a cute couple at odds. Feng Man eyed Tang Yu strangely. The two of them had known one another for many years, but she had never seen Tang Yu take that tone with anyone else. Su Zimo replied, "I did walk around the city, but I ended up here somehow. The more I thought about your words, the more I felt that they made sense, so I went ahead and destroyed Poison Sect." Everyone looked at Tang Yu in surprise and could not contain their shock. Su Zimo's reply made everyone assume subconsciously that Poison Sect was destroyed because of what Tang Yu said. With a stunned expression, Tang Yu asked, "What did I say? You told me that killing a few Poison Sect cultivators was useless and would even make me a target for them to take revenge on. So, you decided to destroy Poison Sect instead?" "Yes." Tang Yu's frowned tightly and nearly exploded on the spot. "What I meant was for you to not provoke Poison Sect. But you went ahead and destroyed them instead." Taking a deep breath of air, Tang Yu composed herself. She had lost her composure multiple times in less than 2 hours. She must not continue communicating with that person before her in the same manner. Turning around, she looked towards Feng Man at the side and said apologetically, "Sister Man, I'm sorry. I've caused you to make a wasted trip." "It's fine." Feng Man smiled and swept away a few strands of hair covering her forehead flirtatiously before remarking meaningfully, "I've only found out about young Master Su's strength today. You've really got good judgment, Xiao Yu." By now, Tang Yu had already composed herself as she smiled in return. "Let's head back to the city's north." Along the way, Tang Yu suddenly recalled something and turned to ask, "Right, I didn't have time to ask. Did you manage to gain anything from your trip to the Saber Mountain Spirit Sea, fellow Taoist Su?" Feng Man and the others turned as well towards Su Zimo. "I did." Su Zimo smiled and nodded. Hearing Su Zimo's ambiguous reply, Tang Yu knew that he didn't manage to obtain the Saber Emperor's inheritance. Furthermore, nobody thought that anybody could obtain the Saber Emperor's inheritance since there was already the impression of someone else doing so. If it was any other time, Tang Yu wouldn't have continued pressing unless Su Zimo looked bad. However, for some reason, she wanted to see him embarrassed today. With a teasing glance, she continued asking, "So, what did you manage to gain? Could you have perhaps gotten the Saber Emperor's inheritance?" Her way of asking was extremely obvious. "That's right." Su Zimo continued smiling and replied naturally, as though it was real. When she heard that, Feng Man pouted and thought to herself, "Although this man is capable, he's dishonest and wants to put on appearances." Tang Yu pursed her lips and smiled before shaking her head without asking anything more. When everyone was about to arrive at the city's north, a cultivator sped over from outside the city gates, yelling the moment he entered the city. "Big news! After 1,000 years, somebody managed to obtain the Saber Emperor's inheritance again. The Saber Mountain collapsed and the Spirit Sea dried up. The Saber Mountain Spirit Sea has vanished from the ancient battlefield completely." Suddenly, Tang Yu's group slowed down and turned quiet. Chapter 407 Fog Valley. Chapter 407 Fog Valley. That piece of news was enough to stir up the entire ancient battlefield. In fact, it would cause a stir in the cultivation world as well after they left the ancient battlefield. Theoretically, everyone should start to discuss and wonder about who obtained the Saber Emperor's inheritance thereafter. However, at that moment, everyone went silent. That was because someone among them had just admitted to obtaining the Saber Emperor's inheritance. If both events had happened separately with some time in between, no one would have connected the dots. But now that someone had just admitted to it, the news spread to the city. Everyone looked towards Su Zimo instinctively with strange expressions. Was it for real? It was a fleeting thought as everyone denied it internally right after. The Saber Mountain Spirit Sea was formed in the ancient era. Since then, countless geniuses had attempted, and yet, only a single person had managed to pass the test and obtain the inheritance. It was obvious how difficult it was. It was not ridiculous to call the Fiend Sect cultivator 1,000 years ago a peerless paragon. Could a peerless paragon exist among their midst as well? It was a mysterious and surreal feeling. Everyone, I'll go check on Xiaoning. Right then, Su Zimo spoke and bid farewell with cupped fists before floating off. After Su Zimo was far away, Feng Man suddenly asked, Xiao Yu, do you think that he was speaking the truth? I have no idea as well. Tang Yu chuckled bitterly and shook her head. For the next period of time, news of Poison Sect being destroyed was taken over completely by the news of the Saber Mountain Spirit Sea vanishing. Nearly everyone in Xuantian City was discussing who the cultivator who obtained the Saber Emperor's inheritance was. While everyone had different sayings and guesses, none of them had an accurate answer. Among them, there were people who said that a green-robed cultivator obtained the inheritance. That saying did not mean anything much to outsiders. However, Tang Yu and the others thought of Su Zimo instantly the moment they heard that. However, Su Zimo had been in seclusion during this period of time, and Tang Yu did not have the chance to verify the facts. As time passed by, the atmosphere in Xuantian City became more tense. Recently, many foreign faces appeared in the city, and they possessed extraordinary strength. The seal of Elixir Pool's sect was about to disperse. Previously, things were relatively fine between the major factions in Xuantian City. However, once the seal was dispelled and treasures revealed themselves, it would definitely bring about an apocalyptic and bloody battle royale. This day, an Elixir Yang sect disciple knocked on Su Zimo's door, requesting for him to gather at the front hall. Su Zimo sat in a lotus position on his bed with blood quencher placed horizontally before him. Letting out a deep breath, he opened his eyes that shone clear as water with a calm expression. He knew that Tang Yu would not disturb him unless necessary. Now that they were knocking on his door, it was most likely because something big was happening at the Elixir Pool sect ruins. Descending to the ground, Su Zimo followed the Elixir Yang sect disciple and arrived at the front hall before long. The front hall was already filled with people by now. At a single glance, there were close to 1,000 people. Su Zimo finally understood what was meant by a major sect. Before entering the ancient battlefield, the Emperor of Great Zhou mentioned that the Great Zhou dynasty's strength was enough to teleport 50 cultivators at most. However, some of Tianhuang mainland's top factions could send hundreds to thousands of cultivators into the ancient battlefield. As one of the 4 unorthodox groups, although Elixir Yang sect wasn't specialized in combat, their sect had strong foundations and mighty figures to support them. That was why they could send more than 1,000 cultivators in. The difference between them was like heaven and earth. Tang Yu nodded in greeting when she saw Su Zimo enter. Unlike his ordinary self, Uncle Liang, who was behind Tang Yu, took the initiative to smile at Su Zimo as well. Ji Qingtian and Xiaoning had arrived long ago. Suddenly, Su Zimo felt a hostile intent and could not help but frown. Turning around, he glared over without being subtle. It was Yan Jun. 10 days ago, Yan Jun fainted after receiving a slap from Su Zimo. In reality, Yan Jun was not severely injured because Su Zimo showed mercy. Thanks to the miraculous elixirs of Elixir Yang sect, Yan Jun recovered within a couple of days. When he saw Su Zimo looking in his direction, Yan Jun turned away hurriedly and avoided the former's gaze, looking somewhat shifty and fearful. Everyone. Right then, Tang Yu's voice sounded and the chatter in the crowd softened gradually to silence. Tang Yu said in a deep voice, "In at most 2 days, the seal of Elixir Pool's sect will be dispelled entirely. At that time, a cruel battle awaits everyone. Please be prepared." Elixir Pool sect is located in a valley 5 kilometers south of Xuantian city. Due to its terrain, the valley is covered in fog that cannot be dispersed throughout the year and visibility is extremely low. That is also the reason why the Elixir Pool sect ruins haven't been discovered till now. These were extremely valuable news and everyone listened attentively. The dispelling of the Elixir Pool sect's ruins seal does not mean that we can have a smooth journey and arrive safely. According to the scouting of a few junior brothers, the valley is home to many pure-blooded ferocious beasts, ancient remnant beasts and extinct ancient lifeforms with terrifying strength. The lifespan of demon beasts is much longer than that of humans. These pure-blooded ferocious beasts have not been able to form inner cores due to the rules of the ancient battlefield. However, their strengths are at the peak of Foundation establishment, and they are extremely terrifying. Suzimo furrowed his brows slightly. Through those simple statements, he could tell how dangerous it was and that the situation was not to be underestimated. First, although they had the advantage in numbers with close to 1,000 cultivators, they could not compare with the pure-blooded ferocious beasts and ancient lifeforms that have resided and reproduced in the ancient battlefield for countless years. Second, this place was deep in the ancient battlefield. Pure-blooded ferocious beasts aside, even the most ordinary ancient lifeforms possess terrifying strength. Third, environment. The environment was extremely unfavorable for them. The intelligence of those pure-blooded ferocious beasts was not inferior to humans. The reason why they rarely attacked the city was because they knew that the humans had the terrain advantage and they couldn't win. However, the situation was reversed this time round. The demon beasts had the terrain advantage. All the factions had limited knowledge about the valley and did not know much about the terrain within. However, these demon beasts that had lived inside for countless years knew everything. Apart from that, there was an even scarier reality: night. Tangyu said. With the fog surrounding the valley, our vision is reduced and it's hard for us to fight at maximum strength. When night arrives, our vision of sight will be further reduced. At that time, if we're surrounded by pure-blooded ferocious beasts. Tangyu did not go on, but everyone felt a chill run down their spines. After a brief pause, Tangyu continued. That is why we have to enter the territory of the Elixir Pool sect ruins before the first night. Once night falls, we will sleep in the valley forever without being able to see the light of the second day. Chapter 408 Sealer. Chapter 408 Sealer. The test of the ancient battlefield was finally about to arrive. It was easy for one to cultivate in reclusive seclusion within Xuantian city and tide through the year. However, the cultivators who entered the ancient battlefield were all geniuses of the younger generation of their respective sects. Each of them had their ambitions. They did not enter the ancient battlefield to cultivate, they did it to gain opportunities, treasures and many long-lost secret cultivation techniques. Back in the glorious period of the ancient era, Elixir Pool's sect was also a renowned super sect. A sect as such was buried by the sands of time, sealed through eternity, and was only seeing the day of light again now. Within, there were bound to be countless treasures and opportunities awaiting everyone. Everyone, all the major factions of Xuantian city will be gathered this time round, including sects like Glass Palace and Malevolent Earth sect. There will definitely be a bloody battle when the time comes, Tangyu said solemnly with a stern expression. Elixir Yang sect can give up on other treasures if the situation seems bad. However, we must fight and get our hands on Elixir Pool sect's recipes. Most of those recipes may have already been lost through the times. Once they appeared, they would definitely cause a huge stir within Tianhuang mainland and Elixir Yang sect's status would naturally rise. Everyone, go back and wait. Get ready and prepare to set off at any moment. After Tangyu finished speaking, many cultivators dispersed and returned to their rooms. Fellow Taoist Su, fellow Taoist Ji, please wait up. Tangyu held back Su Zimo and Ji Qingtian, and they took their seats after everyone left. Have you guys heard of the sealer? Tangyu did not beat around the bush and asked directly. Su Zimo and Ji Qingtian were slightly stunned, exchanging gazes before shaking their heads. Their understanding of the ancient battlefield was far inferior to these disciples of super sections. Tang Yu had expected that, and wasn't surprised. If Su Zimo hadn't even heard of the Saber Mountain Spirit Sea, it was only logical that he wouldn't know about sealers. Tang Yu explained. Apart from geniuses at Foundation Establishment Realm, some major sects of Tianhuang mainland will teleport golden cores here as well. What? Su Zimo and Ji Qingtian were shocked. Su Zimo had heard from Demonist Ji that the ancient battlefield was a separate dimension of its own, formed by fragments left behind by an apocalyptic war back in the ancient era. There were elementary, intermediate, and advanced ancient battlefields. Right now, they were in the elementary ancient battlefield. The 3 grades of the ancient battlefields were decided based on their relative stabilities. The elementary ancient battlefield was the most unstable. If the energy fluctuation is too great, it would cause a dimensional tear, devouring the cultivator entirely, and releasing him into the voids to be shredded by the void currents. After countless years of testing, the breaking point was decided at the Golden Core realm. As long as the cultivators were below the Golden Core realm, they would not cause a dimensional tear. As for the dimension of the intermediate ancient battlefield, it was stabler and golden cores can enter and attack freely within it. A dimensional tear would not be caused as long as their cultivation realms were lower than nascent soul. As a world of its own, the ancient battlefield possessed self-preservation instincts, and could reject cultivators with power beyond the breaking point. Take the elementary ancient battlefield for example. Golden cores had no way of entering it. It was more like a rule that could not be defied. But now, Tang Yu's statement had overthrown Su Zimo's previous understanding. Tang Yu explained. Some of the major sects with strong foundations and had been around for ages have mighty figures among them with supreme methods. These people can secretly seal a golden core's cultivation temporarily and send them into the ancient battlefield. These golden cores are referred to as sealers. Su Zimo and Ji Qingtian's eyes were filled with shock when they heard that. Methods that could defy a world's rules were truly supreme. However, Ji Qingtian was puzzled right after and asked with a frown. Even if they are able to send sealers in secretly, these people would only be able to exert the strength of a peak foundation establishment cultivator. What's the point of spending so much effort? Without replying, Tang Yu smiled and looked at Su Zimo in a testing manner. After pondering for a moment, Su Zimo's eyes lit up and he said slowly, "More so to intimidate." When he heard that, Uncle Liang nodded to himself with a look of admiration in his eyes. "That's right," Tang Yu replied. "Sealers are not limited to the strength of a peak foundation establishment cultivator. They are golden cores and can release the full strength of a golden core as well. However, the price for that would be for them to be swallowed by the dimensional tear and die on the spot. Therefore, most of the time, sealers are only there to intimidate others and they will not release the strength of a golden core unless absolutely necessary." Ji Qingtian asked. "How do we distinguish sealers then?" Tang Yu did not reply and looked towards Su Zimo with a pursed smile. Clearly, she still wanted to test him. Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat as he recalled that night back in the Great Zhou dynasty. Sealers should be elderly golden cores in their twilight years coming to an end of their lifespans. Under normal circumstances, sealers would not release their strength as a golden core in the ancient battlefield. Once they did, it would mean death for them. Only golden cores at the end of their lifespans would agree to entering with the risk of dying at any moment. That night, back in the Great Zhou dynasty, the reason why those 2 golden cores disregarded the imperial notice and tried to assassinate Su Zimo despite knowing that they would die was because they were at the end of their lives without many years to live anyways. Tang Yu looked at Su Zimo with her mouth agape in shock. She had not expected him to reveal one of the secrets behind it with just a single sentence. Su Zimo continued. "Since sealers are there to intimidate, they should be by the side of the respective sex commanders to protect them as well." With that said, he turned to look at Uncle Liang who was behind Tang Yu, smiling gently. "Uncle Liang, you're a sealer, right?" "Haha, bravo." Uncle Liang stroked his beard and laughed while praising. In reality, Su Zimo had deduced Uncle Liang's identity long ago. Normally, those who entered the ancient battlefield were all young geniuses. It was truly strange for an elderly man with white hair such as Uncle Liang to appear in the ancient battlefield. Tang Yu continued, since sealers are old with failing physique and weak stamina, they rarely fight even without using the strength of a golden core. Pondering for a moment, Xuantian asked again, if that's the case, why don't you send more sealers? That amount of strength should be enough to sweep through the ancient battlefield. It won't. Tang Yu shook her head. First, there aren't many golden cores in their twilight years. Second, sending a sealer has already disrupted the balance of the ancient battlefield. If the golden cores truly wage war and cause multiple dimensional tears, the world would be even more unstable and might even be destroyed. The result of a destroyed dimension would be for all beings in it, regardless of whether they were alive, to be reduced to dust and return to chaos. In order to prevent the ancient battlefield from being destroyed, the major sects had an agreement that they would only send a single sealer in each time. After a slight pause, Tang Yu turned to Su Zimo. What I want to remind you is that Pei Chunyu and Xuantian each have a sealer by their sides as well. Chapter 409 Entering the Valley. Chapter 409 Entering the Valley. Tang Yu knew that Su Zimo wanted to fight for the perfect meridian unlocking elixir. However, Pei Chunyu and the others were bound to fight for a perfect meridian unlocking elixir as well. At that time, a massive battle would break out, and Su Zimo's enemies were not only Pei Chunyu and Xuantian, but their sealers as well. It was obvious that Tang Yu was implying for Su Zimo to back off. Su Zimo's current strength was enough for him to go against Pei Chunyu and Xuantian. However, even without using their strength as golden cores, sealers were equivalent to 8 Meridian Foundation Establishment cultivators just by releasing the strength at peak Foundation Establishment. That was more than enough to suppress Su Zimo. No matter what, Su Zimo did not stand a chance at all. If he persisted and enraged the sealers, causing them to release their strength as golden cores, Su Zimo was bound to die. Su Zimo smiled but did not comment. No matter what, he had to get his hands on a perfect meridian unlocking elixir. This concerned his future accomplishments, and no one could stand in his way. After a brief moment, Tang Yu added, right, there's one more thing. The trip to the Elixir Pool sect ruins is extremely dangerous, and we don't know what's going to happen. How about letting Xiaoning stay in Xuantian City? It might be safer for her. To Tang Yu, Xiaoning was merely at late-stage Foundation establishment, and wouldn't be of much help even if she followed them to the Elixir Pool sect ruins. It's fine, let her come along. Su Zimo shook his head. Don't worry, Xiaoning won't be a burden for you guys with Night Spirit protecting her. Normally, it would indeed be much safer for Xiaoning to stay in Xuantian City. However, Su Zimo decided to take Xiaoning along with him after taking into account that mysterious elixir furnace she had in her possession. Su Zimo believed that given his and Night Spirit's strength, he would be able to ensure Xiaoning's safety no matter how dangerous it was. After chatting a little more, they dispersed and waited for news of the Elixir Pool sect ruins. A day later, after 5 p.m., nearing dusk, 5 kilometers away from the south of Xuantian City, a violent quake happened as beams of light shot into the skies before disappearing. The seal of Elixir Pool's sect had dispersed. Many cultivators came out of seclusion in Xuantian City, and countless figures soared into the skies, heading towards the valley 5 kilometers to the south on their flying swords. Glass Palace, Malevolent Earth Sect, Tomb Sect, Puppet Sect and various other sects made their moves, and in the blink of an eye, the entire Xuantian City was in an uproar. Because Su Zimo and the others were prepared, they assembled at the front hall swiftly the moment they saw the phenomenon. Tang Yu gazed up at the skies with a dark expression and worry in her eyes. Su Zimo knew what was on her mind. Right now, it was evening and there were only 2 hours left till night. It was relatively dangerous for them to barge into the valley right now. If they did not manage to pass the defenses of the ferocious beasts and arrive at the Elixir Pool sect ruins before nightfall, all of them might end up dying in the valley. However, if they were to stay here and another sect broke through the ferocious beasts and arrived first, all the treasures inside Elixir Pool sect were bound to be wiped clean. Junior sister, let's go. Glass Palace and the other sects have already set off. We'll be too late if we don't move, Yanjun urged at the side. Sighing internally, Tang Yu waved her hand. Let's go! Everyone rode on their flying swords and sped towards the south. Among the crowd, Yanjun glanced at Su Zimo with a killing intent flickering briefly past his eyes. Su Zimo sensed it the moment it appeared. Although he did not turn back, his expression was cold as he slowed down and came to Yanjun's side. Without even looking at him, Su Zimo remarked indifferently. A word of advice, it's best if you don't harbor any designs on me. At that moment Yanjun felt as though his heart was being grabbed by someone and had stopped beating. How did he realize it? His expression was frightfully pale as sweat poured down his forehead. He could not understand how he was found out when he had merely glanced at Su Zimo once with a fleeting killing intent. Yanjun's legs were trembling slightly. He tried to control them, but he could not do so. Taking a deep breath of air, he pretended to be calm as he faked a laugh at Su Zimo. Fellow Taoist, who are you talking to? I merely knocked you out with that slap from before, but the next time, your head will explode. After a slight pause, Su Zimo continued. Oh, right. This is not a threat. It's just a reminder. Without looking at him still, Su Zimo sped up after that statement and returned to the front of the group. In that short dozens of seconds, Yanjun felt as though he had been through dozens of years. It was as if he had passed through Hell's gates and was now drenched with sweat, shivering when the wind blew at him. Burying his head deeply, Yanjun no longer dared to look at Su Zimo. At that moment, his expression was menacing and his eyes were hysterical. From the bottom of his heart, he howled internally. Su Zimo, you embarrassed me thoroughly in front of everyone back then. Today, you're even threatening me. I'll make sure the Fog Valley will be your burial ground. The group rode on their flying swords and could see the massive fog shrouding the valley from afar. Gray and hazy, it rolled in an illusory manner. Surrounding the valley, the fog was like a wild beast in a hazy night, opening its bloody mouth and waiting to enjoy a feast. Given their speed, they covered the distance of 5 kilometers extremely quickly. Glass Palace, Malevolent Earth Sect and many other sects were at the valley's entrance, arriving not long ago as well. Outside the crowd, there were some itinerant cultivators waiting for an opportunity, wanting to mix in with the crowd after the major sects entered and lured away the attention of the ferocious beasts. Xiao Yu, you've arrived. Foam Man of Thousand Cranes sect walked over and greeted with a nod. Su Zimo could clearly tell that Foam Man was not relaxed either. The two of them discussed for a while and Tang Yu stood out. She cupped her fists in the direction of Glass Palace and asked loudly, Fellow Taoist Pei, it's already late and night will arrive in less than 2 hours. It's way too dangerous for us to enter the valley now. Why don't we return to the city to rest and set out tomorrow morning to enter the valley? What do you think? In reality, her words struck a common chord with many cultivators. The valley was extremely huge and nobody knew the exact location of Elixir Pool sect. If they did not manage to find the Elixir Pool sect ruins before nightfall, many lives would be lost. However, everyone had already arrived here and were worried that someone else might seize the opportunity before them if they were to leave. Raising his chin slightly, Pei Chunyi replied, I don't have much objections towards your suggestion, fellow Taoist. However, Pei Chunyi did not continue, but he looked towards Malevolent Earth Sect. The fiend heir of Malevolent Earth Sect, Xuantian, sneered. Don't come to the valley if you're afraid of death. Return to Xuantian City obediently, and you're guaranteed to be snug and safe for a year. Rubbish! How can a small valley stop the great ambitions of Glass Palace? Many Glass Palace disciples shouted. Smirking coldly, Xuantian waved his hand and declared, Follow me into the valley! Before his sentence was completed, Xuantian took the first step and led the Malevolent Earth Sect group forward and disappeared into the fog. There's naturally no way Glass Palace would want to fall behind as Pei Chunyi ordered. Into the valley! The actions of the two sects affected all the factions that were hesitating outside the valley. Various sects took action at the same time and gushed inside. Chapter 410 Ancient Blood Mosquito. Chapter 410 Ancient Blood Mosquito. Greed often causes one to lose their rationality. At that moment, all the cultivators rushing into the valley were fervent with burning gazes. The only thing left in their eyes were the treasures of Elixir Pool sect. They had instinctively forgotten about the latent dangers in the valley. None of them wanted to be left behind. Elixir Yang sect did not make a move still. Standing at the front, Tang Yu frowned with a hesitant expression. Her decision affected the lives of more than 1,000 cultivators behind her. Night will descend entirely in less than 2 hours. At that time, under the foggy night, each of them would experience weakened senses. However, the ancient life forms, remnant beasts and ferocious beasts wouldn't be affected much by the environment. Young master, let's hurry and enter the valley. Stop hesitating. If they find the Elixir Pool sect ruins first, the treasures are going to be wiped clean. By then, we'll have to return empty-handed. That's right. Glass Palace and Malevolent Earth sect have already entered. All of us cultivators add up to thousands in total. Do you think that we'll lose to the animals? When he heard that, Suzimo scoffed internally and shook his head. Even if they had hundreds of thousands of cultivators, they wouldn't be able to compete against the number of demon beasts that lived and reproduced here, let alone the thousands of them. Be it in terms of timing or environment, they had no advantage. After a moment, Tang Yu finally relented against the chatter of the cultivators behind her. With exasperation in her heart, she waved her hand. Let's go! Into the valley! Elixir Yang sect was the final group to enter the valley. According to the original plan, the 1,000-odd Elixir Yang sect cultivators were supposed to form a cone-shaped formation. Those with the weakest combat strength, such as Xuantian and some other elixir refinement masters, would be in the middle of the formation. The outer perimeter of the formation would be formed with the Battle Hall cultivators. The topmost and sharpest end of the cone formation would be formed with Su Zimo, Ji Qingtian, and Yan Jun. Su Zimo was in the middle and Ji Qingtian and Yan Jun were slightly behind him, supporting from both sides. The moment they entered the valley, Su Zimo summoned 18 supreme-grade flying swords that hovered around him, ready to strike at any moment. The visibility is so low. That's right. I can only see 100 feet or so. Many cultivators started discussing in hushed whispers after entering. Ji Qingtian was at 7 Meridian Foundation establishment. Gazing around, he nodded. I can only see 100-odd feet around me at most. What about you, Zimo? Around the same, Su Zimo replied ambiguously. In reality, after clearing his 7 orifices, Su Zimo's vision was extremely powerful. Even in the fog, he could see things thousands of feet away. If the fog before him had a very small effect on demonic beasts, it was equivalent to not affecting Su Zimo at all. Many cultivators groped and proceeded forward. Not long after, the roars of ferocious beasts echoed in the valley, mixed with heartbreaking cries. The sounds were frightening and unsettling. Has someone already encountered a ferocious beast? Probably. Some cultivators discussed softly among the crowd. With the obstruction to their vision and the continuous howls of beasts in the valley, everyone's excitement gradually died down, and they started feeling restless. Suddenly, Su Zimo's voice sounded. Everyone watch out! There's a large number of ancient blood mosquitoes around. Everyone was shocked. Blood mosquitoes were one of the most common spirit beasts in Tianhuang mainland. They were around the size of a fist and loved sucking the blood of other living beings, humans included. While blood mosquitoes were weak, ancient blood mosquitoes were much more terrifying. Ancient blood mosquitoes were life forms of the ancient era and were long extinct in Tianhuang mainland. Massive in size, they were larger than humans and their wings would buzz loudly when they flapped. While their bodies were relatively fragile, the mouthpart that they used to suck the blood of other living beings was their killing weapon and was extremely frightening. Long, thin, sharp and indestructible, their mouthparts could penetrate the flesh of other living beings with ease and they could suck an ordinary living being dry within 10 seconds. What was even more terrifying was that ancient blood mosquitoes lived in swarms. When ancient blood mosquitoes hunted for food, they would swarm over with the skies covered. Even ancient remnant beasts wouldn't be able to escape them and would turn into dried corpses in the blink of an eye. The color drained from everyone's faces as the mention of ancient blood mosquitoes. If they encountered the ancient blood mosquitoes, even escaping with half the crew alive would already be the best-case scenario. However, everyone could not help but feel doubt when they did not see signs of the ancient blood mosquitoes even after a while. What ancient blood mosquitoes? Bloody hell! It was just a false alarm. What's up with this person? You can't joke casually about such things. The cultivators could not help but grumble. At the side, Yanjun crossed his arms and watched the show gloatingly. Tang Yu frowned slightly. She knew that Su Zimo would not joke around. However, when she saw that there was still nothing around them after a while, she could not help but head forward and ask, "Fellow Taoist Su, are there truly ancient blood mosquitoes?" "Of course." Su Zimo nodded. As soon as he finished speaking, the sound of wings flapping could be heard clearly. Psst! Everyone's expressions changed drastically. This time round, none of them doubted Su Zimo's words. However, none of them could understand how he managed to discover the ancient blood mosquitoes so early. Tang Yu squinted her eyes and her gaze flickered as her thoughts raced. The ancient blood mosquitoes had flown at least a few thousand feet from the time Su Zimo gave his warning until now. Could it be that Su Zimo had spotted the ancient blood mosquitoes from more than a few thousand feet away? The thought of that possibility gave Tang Yu a shock. There was no time to think as a swarm of ancient blood mosquitoes appeared before them. In fact, Tang Yu could make out the bloodshot eyes and the thin long mouthparts that were stained with blood of the ancient blood mosquitoes. Many of them could not hold it any longer as they roared and summoned their spirit weapons, attacking the dense swarm of ancient blood mosquitoes. In the blink of an eye, a brilliant spirit light shone in the fog and sword chi filled the place. Clang! 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 The flying swords of many cultivators pierced through the air. The ancient blood mosquitoes lightly shook their mouthparts and collided with the flying sword, causing the sound of metal clashing to ring out. Many flying swords were repelled, returning empty-handed. The distance between them shortened once more. The attacks of the flying swords could not break the defenses of the ancient blood mosquitoes. The cultivators were flustered as they hurriedly summoned spirit talismans and released spirit arts, temporarily stopping the ancient blood mosquitoes in their tracks. However, they had a limited number of talismans and they could not release spirit arts continuously either, as they required a huge consumption of spirit energy. After withstanding the first wave of attacks from the ancient blood mosquitoes, they still had to use their flying swords to defend. Poof! 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 Right then, in the void at the most front, ancient blood mosquitoes were sliced apart by flying swords and fell to the ground one after another. Tang Yu looked over and found Su Zimo controlling the 18 supreme-grade flying swords. Without even condensing a sword formation, he was causing massive damage to the ancient blood mosquito swarm. Suddenly, Su Zimo's voice sounded. "Don't let the ancient blood mosquitoes get close. Their mouthparts are extremely lethal, indestructible, and can go against flying swords. Everyone, there's no need to fight them head-on. Use the agility of your flying swords to wrap around or behind them, and you can kill them with ease." Upon hearing those words, everyone was invigorated and attacked as per his advice. Indeed, it was a huge success and countless ancient blood mosquitoes fell, staining the skies red with blood. Chapter 411 Ground Dragon. Chapter 411 Ground Dragon. There were too many ancient blood mosquitoes as they filled the skies and swarmed over like locusts. Even though they knew the weakness of the ancient blood mosquitoes, it was inevitable for them to have openings in their defense, allowing the ancient blood mosquitoes to close in. Those blood-stained, thin and long mouthparts were extremely sharp. Once a cultivator was pierced by them, bloody holes would be formed and they would be sucked dry in the blink of an eye, leaving behind nothing but a skeleton. Initially, cultivators died as the group continued ahead, causing gaps in the formation. Under Tang Yu's lead, the group gathered even more closely and tightly, covering the gaps so that the formation wouldn't be destroyed and torn apart. Although they were similarly at 6 Meridian Foundation establishment, Suzimo's spirit energy was much richer than the Battle Hall cultivators of Elixir Yang sect and was comparable to that of a 7 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivator. Coupled with his supreme-grade flying swords and ethereal sword, Suzimo's 18 flying swords created an immense amount of damage ahead and were unbeatable. No ancient blood mosquito could reach him as blood mists appeared continuously ahead along with the tragic cries of the former. With Suzimo taking over most of the attacks, the pressure on Xuantian and Yanjun lessened significantly, and the group continued pushing forward. Even without turning back to look, Suzimo could sense cultivators falling to the ground repeatedly, unable to get up. In that fog valley, one was as good as dead if they suffered serious injuries. Since those cultivators chose to enter the valley in pursuit of elixir pool sex treasures, they had to accept the dangers they were currently facing. Suzimo was not a saint and did not have the energy or will to save everyone. All he could do was ensure that the front of the formation was preserved as much as possible and lead the group through the obstacles ahead. An hour later, the group of them broke out from the encirclement of the ancient blood mosquitoes. The surrounding ancient blood mosquitoes were gradually minced by the flying swords and fell. Everyone, take a rest and treat your wounds. Use elixirs to recover your energy, Tengyu declared with a heave of relief after breaking out from the ancient blood mosquitoes. Suzimo frowned and did not comment when he heard her decision. The cultivators stopped in their tracks and started bandaging their wounds while consuming elixirs, panting heavily with pale faces. Everyone looked towards Suzimo at the front with complicated expressions. Previously, none of them could understand why Tengyu was willing to offend the 4 mounted bandits just to recruit Suzimo. But now, all of them realized how terrifying Suzimo was. After that battle, he was calm and composed as usual. Compared to them, he was worlds apart. People like Tengyu and Uncle Liang understood everything even better. If Suzimo had not paved the bloody path in front of them, they would have lost at least half of their group of cultivators. But now, they had only lost slightly more than 100 cultivators after breaking free from the ancient blood mosquitoes. Not long after, when Suzimo saw that everyone had consumed elixirs and treated their wounds, he came before Tengyu and said softly, "Let's hurry and leave. This is not a good place to linger." There was less than an hour before nightfall. Time was extremely pressing for the group from Elixir Young sect. The longer they lingered in the valley, the more danger they would face. Furthermore, what they faced earlier was just a group of ancient blood mosquitoes. There were many remnant and variant beasts that had yet to appear. Suzimo had a feeling that pure-blooded ferocious beasts would definitely appear once night fell. At that time, the valley would be a nightmare for all the sects and cultivators. Tengyu nodded. Just as she was about to speak, Yanjun sneered. "Suzimo, you have a strong physique and can continue on the road. However, you've got to consider the feelings of others." His voice was very loud, as if he was intentionally speaking to others. Many cultivators looked towards Suzimo with displeasure upon hearing that. Tengyu hesitated when she caught sight of their expressions. Loudly, Yanjun declared, "Everyone, there's no need to be anxious. Resting a little more won't make a difference." Suzimo smiled and did not say anything more. Suddenly, he sensed something and a cold glint flashed through his eyes. Spinning around, he looked towards the back of the formation. "What's wrong?" Tengyu asked hurriedly when she saw Suzimo's strange expression. Before she finished speaking, the ground at the back of the cone-shaped formation began to tremble. Gradually, it turned soft and weak, showing signs of sinking in. It was as if some terrifying creature was about to break out of the soil. "Hurry, let's go!" Suzimo shouted. Tengyu also sensed that something was amiss and yelled, "Everyone, follow me! Let's leave this place quickly!" Bang! Boom! Boom! The ground at the back collapsed suddenly and dark red tentacles as thick as a water bucket extended from beneath, yanking the cultivators underneath. "Ground dragons! It's ground dragons!" Uncle Liang exclaimed in shock. Ground dragons were not dragons and usually lived underground. Although they were shaped like anacondas, they had no scales and their bodies were filled with spiral patterns instead. They were dark red in color with no eyes and were extremely sensitive to light and trembles on the ground. There was a huge circular mouth on their heads with rims of sharp fangs within, and they could grind any living beings into mincemeat with every squirm. The most terrifying thing was that ground dragons had an exceptional regeneration capability. Even if they were cut into several pieces, they could recover to their original states as long as they dug back underground and rested. Any living being that was dragged underground by a ground dragon was most likely doomed, and even ancient remnant beasts were no exception. Although Su Zimo had warned them, most cultivators at the back took it lightly and were completely defenseless. Some of them even assumed lotus positions on the ground. The moment the ground caved in, those cultivators were dragged underground by the ground dragons with only time for a single tragic cry for help. Some cultivators soared into the air hurriedly, but they were devoured by the ground dragons in a single mouthful. They could react, causing blood to spray everywhere in a miserable manner. Some cultivators summoned their flying swords hurriedly to cut the ground dragons into two. However, the ground dragons did not die and still possessed extremely powerful killing power even with half their bodies left. The ground was stained scarlet with blood. "Hurry, run! We have to get out of here quickly!" A series of shouts sounded within the chaos. The cone-shaped formation was created once more, albeit somewhat scattered, and they rushed towards the valley under Su Zimo's lead. The cultivators only managed to shake off the ground dragons after a full 15 minutes of escaping and slowed down. Most of them were drenched in sweat with fear and unease. This escape had too much of a toll on everyone's mental state and energy. Even Xuantian's forehead was covered with a layer of sweat. Su Zimo looked as per normal. His eyes were bright, his breathing was steady, and his physique seemed unlimited like the vast skies and bottomless seas. It seemed like everything that happened was insignificant to him. Tang Yu looked down at the remaining Elixir Yang sect cultivators with a sorrowful expression. Elixir Yang sect only lost slightly more than 100 people after breaking free from the ancient blood mosquitoes. However, they had only lingered for a moment longer at that place, and almost 200 cultivators were dead. Recalling Su Zimo's suggestion, Tang Yu felt even more guilty. She bore at least half the responsibility for the deaths of over 200 cultivators. If only she had been more decisive, perhaps. Chapter 412 To Kill a Way Out. Chapter 412 To Kill a Way Out. Many cultivators glared at Yan Jun begrudgingly. If not for his actions, those 200 or so of their sect mates might not have died. Feeling guilty, Yan Jun coughed softly. "I didn't mean it either, I just wanted to let everyone get more rest." Some cultivators could not help but laugh coldly. "Ha, easy for you to say. More than 200 fellow disciples died here because of that remark of yours. That's because they aren't strong enough. Don't follow us into the valley if you're afraid of death. Senior Brother Yen, we're all from the same sect. How can you say something like that? That's enough." Sensing that the tension was strong and that they were only going to argue more intensely, Uncle Liang hollered and stopped the commotion. Feeling frustrated, Tang Yu raised her brows slightly and waved her hand. "Everyone quieten down. I made the wrong decision earlier on." She took a deep breath of air and came to Su Zimo's side, asking softly, "Fellow Taoist, what should we do next? We can only continue our journey and try to locate the Elixir Pool sect ruins as soon as possible. That's the only way for us to avoid the threat of the demon beasts in the valley." "All right." Tang Yu commanded for everyone to continue. They didn't advance far when the fog in front of them surged. Several thousand feet away, an azure feathered eagle was flapping its wings, speeding towards them at an extremely fast speed with deep killing intent in its eyes. An ancient remnant beast. After running for nearly 2 hours in the valley, an ancient remnant beast had finally appeared. Using the guise of the fog, the other cultivators did not notice any signs of the azure-feathered eagle at all. However, Su Zimo's eyes were extremely sharp and he sensed it long ago. "Condense!" He split out 6 flying swords that shot through the air, leaving streams of sword chi, forming a hexagonal sword formation that shone brilliantly. It was extremely difficult to kill an ancient remnant beast considering the fact that they were on sword kinesis. In order to save spirit energy, Suzimo did not use the candlelight sword formation right away. Instead, he condensed the hexagonal sword formation and pointed forward, sending it through the air. Many cultivators could not understand why Suzimo suddenly attacked. However, it did not take long before a bird's tragic cry could be heard from the fog ahead. A moment later, the hexagonal sword formation returned and Suzimo's expression was unchanged, as if nothing happened. As the group ventured deeper into the valley, there were no longer large swarms of ancient lifeforms. Instead, ancient remnant beasts started appearing. Most of the time, Suzimo attacked preemptively and killed the ancient remnant beasts before the latter could reach them. Although they merely had close encounters as they ventured deeper, everyone's expressions turned grimmer. The skies had gradually darkened. Everyone's vision was reduced once more. In the dark and empty valley, smelling the thick scent of blood in the air, everyone's heart felt incomparably depressed and uneasy. They had yet to find the Elixir Pool's sect ruins. This meant that the group would have to continue in the night. Before long, night finally fell and their surroundings were pitch black. Initially, everyone could still see a distance 100 feet in front of them. But now, that range had shrunk to 30 feet. Before they knew it, their surroundings had gone silent. There were no longer birds crying or beasts roaring. In fact, there weren't even screams of cultivators anymore. It was as if all the demon beasts hid themselves in an instant and vanished without a trace. It was like the calm before a storm. The silence was so eerie, sinister, and frightening. Under Suzimo's lead, everyone proceeded forward and could even hear their own hearts pounding. The rustling of the withered leaves they stepped on sounded particularly piercing. What's going on? Why aren't there any demon beasts left? Finally, someone could not bear the pressure and asked with a quivering voice, panting slightly. Tangyu was a little afraid as well. She could even sense the aura of death in that darkness. Right now, the only thing that could calm her down was that back view in front of her that was sturdy even if it was not broad. It was as if their hope would not be extinguished as long as that figure did not fall. The darkness before them was filled with unknown dangers. However, Suzimo's footsteps did not stop at all as he continued advancing. Suddenly, he came to a stop and his deep voice sounded. Although it sounded calm, its content was shocking. Everyone, prepare for a fierce battle. A beast stampede is approaching. Beast stampede. The sound of those two words caused everyone's hearts to skip a beat. Narrowing his gaze, Suzimo looked over and a cold glint flashed through his eyes as he said slowly. Furthermore, it's a beast stampede made up of ancient remnant beasts. What? The crowd was in an uproar. A single ancient remnant beast was more than enough to give them all headaches. In the ancient battlefield, who could survive if an ancient remnant beast stampede swarmed over them? Which sect could live to see the next day? If we were to retreat now, can we escape? Finally, a cultivator could not endure the pressure, and whimpered with a shaky tone. Faint tremors were coming from the ground, as if a massive army was charging over. Although they could not see it, everyone could sense the violent aura that was coming from in front of them. It was too late. That person already knew the answer without Suzimo replying. The most worrying situation had arrived. Furthermore, it was much scarier than they had imagined it to be. The tremors on the ground were intensifying. Even though the cultivators clearly know that there were countless remnant beasts that were charging towards them, the most frightening thing was that they couldn't see anything against the cover of the fog. Unable to withstand it, some cultivators sat wasted on the floor as their knees buckled against the tremors of the ground. They were mentally crushed as they cried helplessly. In the face of death, cultivators were no different from mortals. They were equally insignificant and helpless without a single shred of dignity. What should we do? Tangyu looked at Suzimo and asked instinctively. Suzimo replied indifferently. Of course we welcome them. Of course we welcome them. Those simple few words contained a fearless courage that overlooked everything. Everyone, Tang Yu included, was thinking about how they should escape and survive. However, Su Zimo's thoughts were opposite of theirs. Tang Yu was invigorated as she turned to look at Su Zimo's side profile. Although it was in the night and Su Zimo's face was a little blurry, his eyes were still bright as always, resembling two shimmering stars that illuminated the darkness. Sensing something, Su Zimo turned slightly and smiled calmly, asking, "Or do we have any other way out?" Tang Yu was stunned. That's right, what other way out did they have? By the time the ancient remnant beast stampede was charging over, they no longer had a way out. Even if they were to turn and escape right now, they wouldn't be able to shake off the pursuit of the ancient remnant beasts. Everyone, I know that you're desperate right now. However, this is a test of life and death. Those that are fearful, weak and cowardly, will only be faced with a single outcome, death. Su Zimo's voice sounded, resolute with conviction. Since we have no other way out, we can only continue forward with the long swords in our hands. To kill a way out. Chapter 413 Plot. Chapter 413 Plot. Bang! Boom! Boom! The rumbling sound ahead of them was deafening, resembling thousands of horses prancing. Most of the cultivators could not see it clearly yet, but Su Zimo could see the many ancient remnant beasts charging towards them amidst the billowing dust with endless killing intent in their eyes. There was the frost leopard that emitted a chilling aura and had a layer of frost on its fur. There was the scarlet flaming bull with a robust physique and a pair of horns that were covered in flames. There was the moon concealment eagle that could hide the round moon and stir the clouds with every flap of its wings. There was also the soul-stealing rat that was as large as a wild boar. Every single demon beast in that stampede was an ancient remnant beast. Roar! The continuous howls of many demon beasts shook the world, causing everyone to shudder. Those that can't keep up, good luck to you! With that said, Su Zimo withdrew a blood-colored saber from his storage bag slowly. With a tremble, the saber buzzed and gave off an intense blood stench. Standing right at the front of the formation, Su Zimo was about to endure the first wave of attacks from the beast stampede head-on. That was also the wave with the strongest aura and impact. Before the beast stampede arrived, many cultivators were already frightfully pale. Suddenly, Su Zimo wielded Blood Quencher and strode forward in huge steps, roaring into the skies. That roar broke metal and crushed rocks. It was high-pitched and dragged out, even drowning the howls of many remnant beasts. At the front, the darkness was shifting and finally, monstrously tall figures appeared one after another. They were finally about to meet. In the face of those tall ancient remnant beasts, Su Zimo's group appeared exceptionally insignificant like ants. However, there was a torrential aura emanating from Su Zimo that was on par with the aura of the beast stampede. Su Zimo waved Blood Quencher. Instantly, the spirit light on the blade shone in a bright, bedazzling manner, like a blood moon that radiated with a boundless blood beam. Swoosh! There was also the sound of tides surging coming from Blood Quencher, rumbling like thunder with a majestic aura. Initially, some of the cultivators had already closed their eyes and had given up on resisting. However, at that moment, an image of the boundless sea seemed to appear in their minds. It created towering massive waves, but instantly it was cleaved into two by a peerless light beam. It was Countercurrent of Sea Calming. When Uncle Leon caught sight of that, his expression changed, and he exclaimed, "Saber Force!" As a golden core, he had an immense amount of knowledge. He focused his gaze and could not help but mutter to himself apprehensively, "That saber technique, could the rumors be true?" Boom! The beast stampede clashed violently against Su Zimo. Right at the front was the scarlet flame bull with its coarse skin and sharp horns. Before it even arrived, it was cut into two by the sharp blood beam emitted by Blood Quencher. The incoming beast stampede that seemed like it could flatten everything had a bloodied path cut out by Su Zimo's countercurrent. That slash was way too terrifying. Not only could it clash head-on with the beast stampede, it could even split it apart. Carrying Blood Quencher, Su Zimo continued advancing. His bloodline had already started to circulate within his body and his eyes shone brightly. An aura that was even more ferocious than the ancient remnant beasts was exuded as his black hair swayed freely. The cultivators followed him hurriedly. Taking a deep breath of air, Tang Yu declared loudly, "Everyone, please try your best to protect yourselves. Don't let the ancient remnant beasts break our formation and don't stop in your tracks." Other than Su Zimo, the other 6 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivators in the group did not have secret skills as their trump cards, and they were barely a threat to the ancient remnant beasts of the valley to begin with. At the front, Su Zimo had been killing the ancient remnant beasts to create a path that was filled with blood and corpses. As long as everyone could stay alive against the attacks of the ancient remnant beasts and followed behind Su Zimo, they had a chance of surviving. However, it was extremely difficult to defend against the attacks of the ancient remnant beasts even if the cultivators defended with all their might. In the fog of the night, everyone's vision was reduced to a range of around 10 feet. Against ancient remnant beasts, 10 feet was an almost instant distance. The moment everyone caught sight of the ancient remnant beasts, the latter would have already lunged at them, and it was too late to summon their flying swords or conjure spirit arts. By then, many of them could only rely on their defensive talismans to survive the attacks before defending again. However, most of them would be dragged away by the ancient remnant beasts, shredded and devoured in an instant. With Su Zimo killing at the front, the pressure on Xuantian and Yan Jun wasn't too great. From time to time, Yan Jun's gaze would land on Su Zimo's back with an occasional cold glint. All of a sudden, a frost leopard pounced towards him from the side. Before it closed in, Yan Jun felt a chilling intent and his limbs going cold. He was at 7 Meridian Foundation establishment after all and was completely able to defend himself with his sword. However, a thought came to his mind as he suddenly crouched down, as if his legs had gone soft. Although he nearly fell down, he managed to dodge the attack of the frost leopard. Initially, the right of Su Zimo's back was covered by Yan Jun's position. Yet, with that sudden dodge from Yan Jun, Su Zimo's back was now exposed to the frost leopard. It was akin to Yan Jun letting an ancient remnant beast into the formation. After missing, the closest target to the ancient remnant beast was Su Zimo. Without thinking, the beast extended its paws towards Su Zimo's shoulders, releasing claws that were as sharp as daggers. The frost leopard opened its bloodied mouth and chomped down at Su Zimo's neck with a cold aura. From the moment Yan Jun dodged till the frost leopard chomping towards Su Zimo's neck, everything happened in the blink of an eye. It was already too late by the time cultivators in the formation noticed what happened. "Ah!" Tang Yu's expression changed as she yelled. All the cultivators were fighting to survive in this intense battle, and there was no one who had the energy to help others. Furthermore, no one could save Su Zimo at all given that proximity. Su Zimo seemed like he was oblivious to the frost leopard behind him as he continued to slash ahead. Just as the frost leopard's bloodied mouth was about to land on Su Zimo's neck, the latter's head spun around. With a clang, it smashed against the frost leopard's teeth. Flashes of blood appeared. The frost leopard's teeth were broken and sent flying. Right after, Su Zimo's body retreated a half-step back. Gathering his entire body's strength towards his back, his leaned backwards in a furious motion. Bang! The massive frost leopard was sent flying, turning into a mist of blood in midair. Everyone was dumbfounded when they saw that. An ancient remnant beast was smashed into sludge by a human. Who would have believed it if they had not seen it themselves? With widened eyes and an agape mouth, Yan Jun was shocked in disbelief. What happened was completely different from what he had expected it to be. How could this be? That doesn't make sense. Yan Jun's mind was in a mess. Before he could resolve his doubts, Su Zimo suddenly stopped in his tracks and turned around. Instantly, Yan Jun felt his heart clench as shivers ran down his body. Chapter 414 Pure-Blooded Ferocious Beast. Chapter 414 Pure-Blooded Ferocious Beast. What are you doing? Yan Jun was flustered and his voice was quivering. He forced himself to calm down and explain. I didn't do it on purpose. I just lost my footing and nearly fell down. That was how that beast managed to sneak in. Tang Yu and the others merely witnessed the frost leopard pouncing towards Su Zimo, but they did not know the reason why. When they heard that, everyone frowned. There was nothing wrong with Yan Jun's explanation, but if Su Zimo had reacted slightly slower earlier, his neck would have been bitten by the frost leopard. Su Zimo did not reply and merely looked calm with a hint of mockery in his eyes. Suddenly, Yan Jun felt like he had nowhere to hide. Su Zimo was reading his thoughts completely. Why you can't kill me? I'm the only 7 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivator in the battle hall. Su Zimo, don't be impulsive. Yan Jun's eyes darted around and he panted slightly, getting more nervous by the moment. 2 ancient remnant beasts crept over stealthily. As if he had eyes behind his back, Su Zimo slashed with Blood Quencher in reverse, shooting forth a blood beam that slayed the 2 ancient remnant beasts on the spot. Glaring at Yan Jun, Su Zimo suddenly remarked, Do you remember what I told you before? I warned you not to harbor any designs on me, or the next time, your head will explode. Right after saying that, Su Zimo's eyes lit up and his figure flashed, creating a series of surreal afterimages in his wake. Yan Jun felt his eyes blur, and by the time he wanted to retreat, Su Zimo had already arrived before him with a razor-sharp gaze that was filled with endless killing intent. After meeting Su Zimo's gaze, Yan Jun felt his eyes sting and tears flowed out, causing him to close his eyes instinctively. From there on, he never opened his eyes again. In front of everyone, Su Zimo slapped his backhand tightly against Yan Jun's cheek. Snap! Yan Jun's cheek sank in deeply and his skull shattered, distorting his facial features completely as everything else turned into meat sludge. His corpse was sent flying and a group of ancient remnant beasts fought to devour it before it even reached the ground. Even though Yan Jun was an Elixir Yang sect cultivator, even though he was a 7 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivator of the Battle Hall, even though Su Zimo was only an outsider, no one from Elixir Yang sect objected to Su Zimo's actions. That was because all of them knew that they would have long been swallowed up by the ancient remnant beast stampede if not for Su Zimo. Let's carry on. Everyone, don't stop. After killing Yan Jun, Su Zimo turned around and led the cone-shaped formation forward once more. Although his green robes were stained with the fresh blood of countless ancient remnant beasts, Su Zimo seemed as if he had infinite stamina. At that moment, he resembled a god of war soaked in blood. His eyes shone brighter by the moment as he pushed forward, slashing Blood Quencher widely with valiance and ferociousness. Even so, there were Elixir Yang sect disciples that died continuously along the way, dragged into the beast stampede without a chance to escape. The cone-shaped formation shrank endlessly. Almost all the Battle Hall cultivators at the outer rim were injured and the formation might have long broken apart if not for the endless elixirs of Elixir Yang sect. The path ahead was pitch black and nobody knew when the beast stampede was going to end nor where the Elixir Pool sect ruins were at. All they could do was follow Su Zimo instinctively and venture deeper into the valley. Everyone was trying their best to hold out. It was as Su Zimo had said, with no way out, their only option left was to continue forward. Su Xiaoning followed the crowd forward endlessly. She would attack as well. However, given her cultivation realm, she might not be able to break through the defenses of the ancient remnant beasts even though she was using a supreme-grade flying sword. Night Spirit was silent and followed beside Xiaoning the entire time, looking nonchalant and lazy towards the beast stampede around it. Massive in size and pitch black all over, Night Spirit seemed to have melded into the night, leaving nothing but a pair of black eyes that shone with a disturbing glint from time to time. All of a sudden, in a mountain range far ahead, a series of rainbow lights shot out in succession, illuminating the skies and conjuring the scenery of a beautiful palace that was majestic and stunning. Instinctively, everyone paused in their tracks and looked over with agape mouths. Although nobody had seen what the Elixir Pool sect ruins looked like, everyone realized the instant they saw that fairy tale-like palace that it was the place they were painstakingly searching for. Initially, nobody had any direction nor did they know where the Elixir Pool sect ruin was located. But at that moment, the lights in the distance became a beacon for all the cultivators in the valley. Rush! Kill with your might! The Elixir Pool sect ruin is right ahead! Although there was the guise of the night fog and nobody from Elixir Young sect could see what was going on far away, they could hear faint shouts coming from their sides. They were not the only ones. Glass Palace, Malevolent Earth sect, and the cultivators of all the other sects that entered the valley were being attacked by the beast stampede. Tang Yu declared with a joyful expression. Everyone, hang on tight! The Elixir Pool sect ruins are right ahead. As long as we can reach it, we'll be safe. All the ancient sect ruins possessed immense defensive power, and remnant beasts did not dare to enter at all. Right now, there were only 500-odd people left in Elixir Young sect, and they were all exhausted. However, they were invigorated upon hearing Tang Yu's words, and their stamina seemed to have recovered. Su Zimo's expression was calm and did not feel much joy. Something was amiss. The beast stampede before them was formed with ancient remnant beasts. There must be traces of pure-blooded ferocious beasts behind them. How else would such an orderly ancient remnant beast stampede be formed without the intimidation of pure-blooded ferocious beasts at the back? Roar! Suddenly, at the base of the Elixir Pool sect ruins mountain range, a shuddering roar sounded, causing the entire beast stampede to pause for a moment. A gigantic demon beast appeared at the back of the beast stampede. Filled with pitch-black fur, it resembled a demon hound as it opened its mouth and spat out flames for hundreds of kilometers, incinerating everything in its path and burning countless cultivators into ashes. Everyone was shocked. It's a Huado! Su Zimo narrowed his gaze and remarked slowly. Uncle Liang nodded as well with a grim expression. That's right, it's a Huado! The Huado was a pure-blooded ferocious beast that was extremely violent, and could spit flames. With luscious fur, it resembled a lion with an ugly face. A pure-blooded ferocious beast had appeared. So what if it's a pure-blooded ferocious beast? It's just one. If we join forces, we'll definitely be able to kill it. Far away in the fog, the voice of Xuantian from Malevolent Earth sect sounded, filled with killing intent. Hoo-hoo-hoo! Suddenly, the voice of a boy crying sounded from the foot of the mountain. Su Zimo's expression changed as he frowned. Could it be? Woo-woo-woo! The next moment, the childlike voice turned shrill and piercing. Many cultivators could not handle it, and groaned as they clutched their ears, bending over. The figure of a demon beast appeared under the illumination near the Elixir Pool sect ruins. With 9 heads, it resembled a hydra as it opened its mouths and cried like infants. Pure-blooded ferocious beast, 9 neonate! Uncle Liang exclaimed. Chapter 415 Supreme God Strength. Chapter 415 Supreme God Strength. Pissed! 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 Before the cries of the infant could subside, a series of strange sounds came from the other side, resembling the hiss of a snake. However, the sound was really loud. Looking over subconsciously, everyone was shocked and took a deep breath of cold air. There was truly a snake beneath the mountain range. The gigantic snake coiled up from the ground and stretched its upper body, revealing a height over 1,000 feet tall and scales the size of a basin. The snake's head could almost reach the top of the sky as it looked down at everyone with cold and vicious eyes, twisting the clouds with every breath. Swoosh! An evil gust of wind blew by and the gigantic snake swayed its forked tail that looked like a pair of hooks. They glistened coldly and emitted a foul smell. It was obvious that they were poisonous. The long tail swept across the ground and the hooks at its tip pierced the bodies of nearly 100 cultivators, causing blood to flood. Many of those cultivators reacted quickly and managed to crush protection talismans first. However, their protection talismans were like paper against the hooks of the gigantic snake, and could not even withstand a single blow. Many of the cultivators hung on the hooks with blood dripping down in a ghastly sight. They struggled and yelled as they were slowly sent into the mouth of the gigantic snake. With a squirm of its throat, the gigantic snake swallowed almost 100 cultivators in one gulp. Pure-blooded ferocious beast, hook snake! Even Su Zimo's expression was turning slightly grim. The current situation was obvious. If they wanted to get to the Elixir Pool sect ruins, they would not only have to fight a way out from the beast stampede, but get through the defenses of the 3 pure-blooded ferocious beasts as well. Furthermore, all 3 pure-blooded ferocious beasts were clearly at peak Foundation establishment, and had terrifying strength. This was far beyond what Su Zimo had expected. It would be difficult if he wanted to kill 3 pure-blooded ferocious beasts given his current strength. Unless he chose to take on his demon form. After assuming demon form, Su Zimo would become an extremely powerful existence that was even more terrifying than the pure-blooded ferocious beasts. Screech! All of a sudden, a high-pitched roar pierced through the clouds at the horizon. A massive bird soared through the skies with its golden body that was extremely piercing in the night. It had 2 horns on its head and spread its 100-feet-wide wings, looking down with a sharp gaze. With a swoop, the bird opened its sharp claws and tore 2 cultivators apart, splattering their meat and blood everywhere. All the cultivators who entered the ancient battlefield were completely defenseless against the pure-blooded ferocious beasts. After killing dozens of cultivators, the bird screeched again, looking excited with its cruel gaze. See, could that be another pure-blooded ferocious beast? An Elixir Yang sect cultivator asked with a trembling voice. Uncle Liang nodded and gulped. That should be a goob bird, one of the ancient pure-blooded ferocious beasts. It's said that the bloodline of an immortal bird, the Golden Rock, flows within it. Tengyu took a deep breath to compose herself and said slowly, That's the 4th pure-blooded ferocious beast. Uncle Liang whispered. Young master, retreat! Even if I have to give up my life, I'll make sure you get to escape. Previously, Uncle Liang did not waver even against the beast stampede formed by the ancient remnant beasts. However, upon seeing the 4 pure-blooded ferocious beasts, he finally had the intention to retreat. Nobody in their group was a match for the pure-blooded ferocious beasts. Even if they could break free from the obstructions of the pure-blooded ferocious beasts, it would be a miracle if even a 10th of their current 500 cultivators could survive. Tengyu looked hesitant and turned towards Su Zimo instinctively. Sighing, Uncle Liang lamented internally. Although that lad's methods are sharp and powerful, he isn't a match for the pure-blooded ferocious beasts still. At that thought, Uncle Liang urged again. Young master, we have a chance to escape now that the pure-blooded ferocious beasts haven't turned their attention towards us yet. If... Dong! 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 Before he could finish, Uncle Liang was interrupted by a series of dull sounds. It was mighty and strong, as if someone was beating the heavenly drums. The next moment, a gigantic white ape leaped out from behind the mountain range. Over 100 feet tall, its massive red feet stomped heavily on the ground, giving off deafening bangs. The ground was torn asunder and revealed a series of dark ravines. Rearing its head and roaring, the gigantic ape drummed against its chest with its fists, giving off the dull sounds. Right after, its gaze turned towards the group from Elixir Yang sect, baring its fangs in a bloodthirsty manner. Not good. Uncle Liang was alarmed. It was probably too late even if they wanted to retreat now. They had already been targeted by a pure-blooded ferocious beast. The 5th pure-blooded ferocious beast had appeared. A white head with red feet and the appearance of an ape. The only pure-blooded ferocious beast that fit this description was a Xuantian. Roar! The Xuantian roared in the direction of Elixir Yang sect and suddenly extended a massive palm, smashing the mountain range near it. Instantly, the mountains collapsed and the earth cracked. Everyone was dumbstruck. That was the power of a pure-blooded ferocious beast. It could crush mountains and split the earth, swallowing rivers with its mighty energy. Hugging a gigantic mountain top with both arms, the Xuantian flung it towards the area where Elixir Yang sect was. Although the mountain top did not seem huge against the massive figure of the Xuantian, it seemed to cover the skies as it was thrown over. That was no mountain top, it was an entire mountain. Everyone merely felt their vision turn dark as the gigantic mountain crashed down towards them with a mighty aura, filling the skies with debris. Even ancient remnant beasts would turn into sludge if they were crushed by that mountain. Hurry, run! Unable to withstand the pressure, someone shrieked and turned to run, wanting to get out of the radius of the mountain before it landed. Tang Yu wanted to retreat, but she realized that Su Zimo was rooted on the spot, looking at the descending mountain with a raised head as though he was scared stiff. Hurry, let's go. Feeling her heart clench, Tang Yu hurriedly advanced and grabbed Su Zimo by the arm, wanting to drag the latter away. Suddenly, Su Zimo let out a long howl and the sound of a tsunami roared from within his body. Tang Yu froze in her tracks and her expression changed slightly. Channeling his bloodline, Su Zimo stomped on the ground heavily before leaping up, welcoming the descending mountain with both arms. Boom! When Su Zimo's hands met the bottom of the mountain, gravel flew everywhere with a deafening sound. His clothes were completely torn, revealing a pair of muscular arms with swelling muscles that intertwined like liquid steel. Splash! Pang! 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 Tsunami blood and tendons like a bowstring. This was the limit of Su Zimo's strength without assuming demon form. The mountain was still descending. Against the descending mountain, Su Zimo seemed incomparably small. In fact, he wasn't even as large as the spilling gravel and looked laughable, like an ant trying to shake an ancient tree. However, the mountain was stopped just as it was about to land on the ground. An upright figure stood between the mountain and the ground, straight as a pencil with unbuckling knees and a fervent gaze, holding up an entire mountain with his supreme god strength. Notwithstanding the many Elixir Yang sect disciples, even the Zhu Yan who was watching from afar was dumbfounded, as if it could not understand what was happening. Ha! Taking a deep breath of air, Su Zimo channeled strength into his arms and lifted the mountain above his head, flinging it back in the opposite direction. Chapter 416 Severely Wounding the Zhu Yan. Chapter 416 Severely Wounding the Zhu Yan. Along its way, the mountain splattered many ancient remnant beasts, and an empty path appeared in front of them. The momentum of the mountain did not stop as it continued charging towards the Zhu Yan. The Zhu Yan had a violent temperament, and was easily enraged. Roar! Upon seeing that, it was furious as it stared with its bloodshot eyes. Panting out streams of steam, it pounded dully against its chest repeatedly. The ant before it had not only stopped its attack, but was even retaliating. That was a complete provocation of its dignity. Gripping its fists tightly, the Zhu Yan punched violently towards the incoming mountain, as if it was trying to quell the anger in its heart. Boom! A deafening boom reverberated through every corner of the valley. The mountain was smashed into pieces by the Zhu Yan's fists, turning into huge rocks that fell from the sky as dust billowed. Everyone was scared out of their wits as they opened their mouths with shocked expressions. That power had exceeded everything they ever knew. The only people capable of fighting against the pure-blooded ferocious beasts were probably only 8 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivators. The mountain exploded and gravel flew everywhere. The dust was too thick, and coupled with the cover of the night fog, nobody saw that the Zhu Yan had to stagger backwards a few steps even though it managed to crush the mountain. The flesh on its gigantic fists had split open with fresh blood flowing. It was injured. The scarlet blood triggered the Zhu Yan's ferocity entirely. Ah! 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 Roaring into the skies, the Zhu Yan charged in the direction of Elixir Yang sect before the dust and smoke had even cleared. Deep pits were dug as it stomped on the ground with its massive feet, creating spiderweb-like cracks in its wake. The ground shook and the mountains trembled. Naturally, there was no way that Su Zimo thought a mountain was enough to injure a Zhu Yan severely. If you guys find an opportunity later, rush forward with all you've got and don't turn back no matter what. Turning around, Su Zimo instructed Tang Yu before taking a deep breath and charging forward with his blood quencher, ready for a massive battle against the incoming Zhu Yan. He did not expect to kill the ancient ferocious beast, but at the very least, he wanted to divert the Zhu Yan's attention to allow Elixir Yang sect to run through its obstruction. Right then, Su Zimo suddenly felt something arching his arm gently. He turned over and was slightly stunned. Before he knew it, Night Spirit had run to his side, bringing Xuantian along with it. At that moment, its head was lowered as it rubbed against his arm with its cheek in an intimate manner. It blinked its black eyes with a flicker of anticipation. As Night Spirit grew older, it also turned mature and colder. Such emotions were rare to see by now. In the past, Night Spirit was like a small black dog that curled in Xuantian's embrace daily. As such, it would behave coquettishly as such from time to time. Suddenly, Xuantian's heart skipped a beat as he recalled how Night Spirit hid in his embrace when the two of them escaped to the primordial ruins. This was the same expression that Night Spirit had back then. At that time, it devoured half of a dragon egg. "You're thinking of..." Pointing at the Xuantian that was rushing over from afar, Xuantian raised his brows slightly, and did not continue. "Growl." Night Spirit cried out softly and licked its lips. How could Xuantian not know what Night Spirit wanted when it was practically drooling by this point? Normally, Xuantian would not let Night Spirit leave Xuantian's side easily. However, it was rare for Night Spirit to make such a request, and he could not bear to reject it. Before this, Night Spirit would not touch the flesh of any spirit beast or demon. Even the meat of ancient remnant beasts did not interest Night Spirit, and it would only consume a little. Xuantian could not figure out what Night Spirit liked to eat, and he could not possibly hunt for dragon eggs for it repeatedly. Now, he vaguely realized that Night Spirit's food might be pure-blooded ferocious beasts. Xuantian was secretly shocked. What was Night Spirit's background for it to deem pure-blooded ferocious beasts as food? Could it be even more terrifying than pure-blooded ferocious beasts? When he recalled the greedy expression on Night Spirit's face back in the primordial ruins when it looked at the dragon egg with fervent eyes, Xuantian found himself getting increasingly curious towards Night Spirit's background. "Be careful," he instructed as he patted Night Spirit on the head. Without replying, Night Spirit melded into the night in a flash, vanishing without a trace. Akin to a ghost in the night, Night Spirit moved silently and nobody apart from Xuantian noticed what was going on. At that moment, there were still ancient remnant beasts charging at them and tearing at their formation. The group from Elixir Yang's sect huddled together, defending with all their might. In front of them, the Xuantian was already far from the Elixir Pool sect ruins and had entered the night fog, disappearing from everyone's vision. The only thing they saw was a pair of bloodshot eyes that resembled lanterns floating in the dark approaching rapidly. The heavy footsteps were getting closer as well. Each time it sounded, everyone felt their hearts skip along with it. Tangyu tried her best to open her eyes and look forward. She could seemingly make out a musky and mighty silhouette in the hazy night. It was the pure-blooded ferocious beast, Xuantian. Taking a deep breath of air, a resolute glint flickered through Uncle Liang's eyes as he whipped out a flying sword from his storage bag, ready to strike. Xuantian's expression was calm and his gaze was like water without any ripples at all. All of a sudden, the pair of lanterns in front of them came to a stop and the sound of the Xuantian's footsteps disappeared as well. Roar! The Xuantian seemed to have encountered a situation as it shrieked heartbreakingly while its lantern bloodshot eyes shook repeatedly in midair. Xuantian hollered, "Charge! Now!" Tangyu was stunned. "Now!" Wielding Blood Quencher, Xuantian sliced up two ancient remnant beasts that pounced at them and led the charge, pulling Xuantian with his left hand. Xuantian did not know what Night Spirit's true strength was at this point, and whether it could kill the Xuantian. However, he knew that it was the best opportunity for them now that the Xuantian had no time to spare. Ow! Ow! As if it had gone mad, the Xuantian howled insanely and had clearly descended into a frenzied state. In the night fog, nobody from Elixir Yang's sect could see what was happening to the Xuantian. They could only make out a vague black shadow on the pure-blooded ferocious beast's back with the faint light that was shining from its scarlet eyes. Those sharp claws extended stealthily with a cold shimmer in the night. Poof! There was a crisp sound. After emitting a stream of blood, one of the bloodshot eyes turned dark. Psst! The cultivators gasped in shock. One of the Xuantian's eyes had been blinded by that mysterious black shadow. Ah! 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 Yelping in immense pain, the Xuantian screamed as it barged forward crazily. Some ancient remnant beasts that could not dodge in time were rammed to death on the spot, while some others were trampled into meat sludge tragically without any corpse left behind. With the Xuantian severely wounded, the beast stampede was dispersing. Chapter 417 Arriving at the Ruins. Chapter 417 Arriving at the Ruins. Although everyone else could not see clearly against the night fog, Zimo could. In that short while, the Xuantian had already gained dozens more wounds on its body that were so deep its bones could be seen. Its flesh was torn and its white fur was already stained with fresh blood. The Xuantian grabbed Night Spirit that was on its back and yanked the latter down. However, Night Spirit had already dug its claws into the Xuantian's flesh long ago. By yanking Night Spirit down, the Xuantian caused a large piece of its flesh to be ripped off with fresh blood spraying everywhere. Roar! The Xuantian had never suffered such injuries before and roared furiously as it grabbed Night Spirit and smashed it onto the ground. If that smash was realized, Night Spirit would definitely suffer even with its physique. In midair, a black shadow darted by. Poof! It was Night Spirit's tail, piercing through the Xuantian's arm. In that instant, blood gushed out in a stream and one of the Xuantian's arm was crippled on the spot. It fell limply to the side and the Xuantian's strength decreased. After rolling on the ground, Night Spirit got up safely and glared at the Xuantian coldly while licking its lips. Zimo heaved out a sigh of relief. In that short while, the Xuantian had already lost an eye and arm and there were dozens of wounds on its body that bled non-stop. It panted heavily. Initially, blood was a trigger for its ferocity. But now, the Xuantian was afraid. It was way too severely injured. Ever since it was born, it had never experienced such serious injuries. The Xuantian sensed a hint of death. Looking at that black figure that was countless times weaker than it close in, the Xuantian felt an inexplicable sense of fear well in its heart, while shattering his guts. That fear seemed to originate from the depths of its bloodline, from deep in the memories of its lineage. As if recalling something, the Xuantian shuddered. Its lone eye was filled with fear as it turned and fled without hesitation. Zimo shook his head secretly upon seeing that. The Xuantian might have had a chance of surviving if it chose to fight Night Spirit head-on with its life. But now that its back was exposed to Night Spirit, it was dead for sure. Zimo led the Elixir Yang sect group ahead, sprinting in the direction of the Elixir Pool sect ruins. The beast stampede had dispersed, leaving only a couple of scattered ancient remnant beasts that no longer posed much of a threat. As the Xuantian fled, the path ahead was clear. On the other side, there were 4 other pure-blooded ferocious beasts that were keeping Glass Palace, Malevolent Earth Sect, Puppet Sect, Thousand Cranes Sect and all the other sects outside. Elixir Yang Sect was the first to arrive at the Elixir Pool Sect ruins. Apart from Zimo who could still stand, Tang Yu and the rest were slumped on the ground, drenched in sweat. Their faces were pale as they panted heavily. Everyone felt deeply exhausted after the journey. The exhaustion came not only from the body, but also from the spirit. The pressure of advancing at the boundaries of death where death was imminent was enough to make everyone feel exhausted. Thankfully, they survived. They rushed out of the encirclement of the ancient blood mosquitoes, broke free of the ground dragon's pursuit, paved out a path from the beast stampede and arrived at the Elixir Pool sect ruins against the obstruction of the pure-blooded ferocious beasts. Everyone felt surreal. Everyone was laughing. It was an indescribable joy that came from surviving a calamity. Everyone revealed a hint of gratitude and reverence in their eyes as they gazed at the only figure that could remain standing among the crowd. If not for that man, they would have died a long time ago. Even Uncle Liang could not deny that he had underestimated Zimo still. When he saw the ancient remnant beast stampede, Uncle Liang expected that the best outcome was if 10% of their 1,000 cultivators managed to survive. When he saw the pure-blooded ferocious beasts blocking the way, he already had the intention to retreat. He truly hadn't expected that more than 400 Elixir Yang sect cultivators would have managed to arrive at the Elixir Pool sect ruins alive under Zimo's lead. Tang Yu raised her head slightly and looked at Su Zimo's back view with a dazed expression. Just who in the world are you? Suddenly, she was filled with immense curiosity towards Su Zimo. What was that mysterious beast that fought with the Zhu Yan? I don't know, I didn't manage to see it clearly. It's fortunate that the mysterious beast appeared to help us, or we would have been doomed. Some of the Elixir Yang sect disciples discussed softly as they consumed elixirs to recover their strength. After resting for a short while, Tang Yu stood up and clapped, declaring, Everyone, now is not the time to rest. Let's check out what treasures Elixir Pool sect has. All right. Everyone replied. The cultivators supported one another and stood up, entering Elixir Pool's sect under Tang Yu's lead. Despite the passage of time, many of Elixir Pool's sect's palaces and buildings remained intact. Before long, Xuantian suddenly tugged Su Zimo's sleeve. He turned around and saw her pointing to her chest where a mysterious elixir furnace was placed. There's a reaction? Su Zimo asked. Yes, it's getting hotter, Xuantian replied. Su Zimo nodded. The mysterious elixir furnace was most likely related to Elixir Pool's sect of the ancient era. Everyone continued advancing while Su Zimo turned around and frowned slightly. Night Spirit had not returned yet. Logically speaking, this period of time should be enough for Night Spirit to kill the Zhu Yan. However, Su Zimo could not find any trace of Night Spirit at all. He did not think too much about it. In such an environment, even if Night Spirit met with danger, it would be able to escape unscathed given its alertness and methods. The largest palace in Elixir Pool's sect was its Elixir Refinement Hall. The Elixir Refinement Hall was right in front of them, especially striking in the ruins with its majesty and height of over 100 feet. Even from afar, everyone could still smell a faint medicinal fragrance. Every single treasure in the Elixir Refinement Hall was something that Elixir Yang sect wanted. If the recipe for the Meridian Unlocking Elixir was preserved, it could only be in a single place, the Elixir Refinement Hall right before them. Speeding towards the Elixir Refinement Hall, everyone arrived at its entrance before long. Tang Yu raised her brow slightly as she gazed at the palace before her. It was shrouded with a mysterious light that contained faint blurry words. A seal was still existent. Reaching out, Tang Yu touched the door of the hall gently. The moment her palm reached the surface, it was repelled by the power of the seal. She was not allowed to enter. This was a little tricky. Frowning, she started thinking of a strategy. A cultivator came forth and said, Can't we join forces to dispel the seal on the surface of this hall? This seal has existed for countless years without being destroyed. How could it be dispelled so easily? Pondering for a moment, Uncle Liang said slowly, Legend has it that the Elixir Refinement Hall is Elixir Pool's sect's most important inheritance ground. Other than legacy disciples, nobody can enter easily. By the looks of it, that legend should be true. Elixir Pool's sect has disappeared since the ancient era. How could there be any legacy disciples left? A cultivator shook his head. Chapter 418 Consciousness Inheritance. Chapter 418 Consciousness Inheritance. Right then, Su Xiaoning walked out slowly from the crowd with a dazed expression, as if she had entered a trance, and walked slowly towards the Elixir Refinement Hall before them. Her chest shone with a mysterious brilliance. As she approached the hall, the brilliance intensified and turned dazzling, almost enveloping Xiaoning's figure entirely. This is... Everyone was dumbfounded. Standing by the side, Su Zimo did not stop her. Back in the capital of Great Zhou, he had already noticed that the elixir furnace was extraordinary. After entering the ancient battlefield, his conjecture was further verified. Upon arriving here, Su Zimo could almost confirm that the mysterious elixir furnace had a deep connection to Elixir Pool's sect. Right in front of everyone, Xiaoning walked towards the hall step by step, reaching out with her jade-like hand to touch the seal of the hall gently. To everyone's surprise, she was not repelled by the seal. On the contrary, the mysterious emblems that revolved on the surface gathered towards Xiaoning continuously, as if they were attracted by something. Consciousness inheritance! Uncle Liang exclaimed. All the cultivators present let out envious expressions when they heard that. In the ancient battlefield, elixirs and treasures were not the most precious things. The true opportunities came from obtaining the inheritance of ancient mighty figures and sects. In truth, the Saber Mountain Spirit Sea was one of those. In certain sects, true secret skills were not preserved in the form of cloth, bamboo slips or manuals, just in case they were leaked to outsiders. There was a possibility that the elixir refinement hall before them contained many elixir recipes of the ancient era. However, the true secrets of Elixir Pool's sect must definitely be within that consciousness inheritance before them. In other words, Xuantian was the only one that obtained the true secrets of Elixir Pool's sect. Why is it her? Someone could not help but ask. Tang Yu replied. Xuantian must be in possession of an extremely important token of the Elixir Pool sect. The Elixir Refinement Master that this token belonged to must have been a legacy disciple of Elixir Pool's sect. Stroking his long beard, Uncle Liang said with great gratification. There's a chance for our sect to restore the former glory of the Elixir Pool sect after this girl obtains its inheritance and joins our sect. Su Zimo was truly relieved as well. Initially, the reason why Elixir Yang sect took Xuantian in was because they wanted to rope him in for his strength. He was worried that she would suffer after joining Elixir Yang sect. But now, that worry was completely unfounded. After obtaining Elixir Pool's sect's inheritance, if Xuantian were to cultivate diligently after joining Elixir Pool's sect coupled with the help of the mysterious Elixir Furnace, she would definitely turn out to be a top-tier Elixir Refinement Master with unlimited potential in the future. Tang Yu came to Su Zimo's side and whispered, Don't worry, fellow Daoist Su, after returning to the sect, I'll definitely take Xuantian to the sect master along with Uncle Liang to report about this matter. Our sect master is an Elixir Refinement Grandmaster with high standards. Even until now, she has only accepted one personal disciple. I'm sure she'll definitely take a liking to Xuantian and take her under her wing. Su Zimo nodded. An Elixir Refinement Grandmaster. Although Elixir Refinement Masters and Elixir Refinement Grandmasters sounded similar, their statuses were starkly different. There wasn't a single Elixir Refinement Grandmaster in the entire Great Zhou dynasty. Above Elixir Refinement Masters were Great Elixir Refinement Masters and Elixir Refinement Grandmasters were after that. Many Elixir Refinement Masters have never been on the verge of reaching the level of a Great Master in their entire lives, let alone be a Grandmaster. In the field of weapon refinement, there were also the titles of Great Master and Grandmaster. Although Su Zimo had the help of his spirit perception and had even managed to refine a perfect spirit weapon, he was still only a weapon refinement master. He could only turn into a great weapon refinement master after becoming a nascent soul and gaining the capabilities to refine dermic weapons. In other words, in order for one to become a great master, they had to be accomplished both in their craft and their cultivation realm. The sound of clothes tearing through the air sounded behind them. More cultivators had broken through the blockade of the pure-blooded ferocious beasts, and were speeding towards the Elixir Pool sect ruins. Everyone, stand in formation and protect Xuantian! Tang Yu ordered decisively. The most important thing for them right now was to ensure Xuantian obtained Elixir Pool sect's inheritance without being interrupted. Regardless of whether those arriving were friends or foe, Elixir Yang sect would not allow a single mistake to happen in the inheritance process. Before long, around 20 cultivators rushed over, looking wretched and filled with wounds. They were all cultivators of Thousand Crane sect. Shocked, Su Zimo hurriedly patrolled the crowd. He only let out a sigh of relief after seeing that Leng Ro was fine as he walked over with Tang Yu. Sister Man, are you alright? Tang Yu withdrew a few bottles of elixirs and handed them over. Feng Man looked listless and was covered with wounds. She thanked Tang Yu for the elixirs and hurriedly consumed them. Although she had elixirs as well, the effects of hers could not compare to those of Elixir Yang sex. On the other side, Leng Ro was also badly injured and looked even more pale. However, her expression was cold as ever and a slight warmth only flickered through her eyes upon seeing Su Zimo. Su Zimo also had some elixirs given to him by Tang Yu in his storage bag. Because they were not perfect grade, he wouldn't consume them. As such, he took them all out and handed everything to Leng Ro. She did not decline or stand on ceremony with Su Zimo. After the bloody battle on the long street, the friendship between them had far surpassed that of ordinary fellow disciples. Foam Man consumed the elixirs and rested for a moment before she noticed the group from Elixir Young Sect standing in front of the Elixir Refinement Hall. Shocked, she exclaimed, "There's so many of you?" "What?" Tangyu froze. Sighing, Foam Man chuckled bitterly. "It's already a blessing that we're able to survive against the pure-blooded ferocious beasts. There's only 20 out of our 1,000 cultivators that are left. To think that you guys have more than 400 cultivators remaining. That's incredible." Tangyu looked at Su Zimo without saying anything. If he hadn't fought at the front for the entire journey, Elixir Yang Sect would have been annihilated long ago. "Also, we got lucky," Foam Man sighed and said. "Initially, the pure-blooded ferocious beast, the goob bird, blocked us and we couldn't get away. Later on, it seemed like it was attacked and couldn't handle it. We only managed to get here by seizing that opportunity. Even then, there's only these few of us left." We saw the same thing," Tangyu replied hurriedly. "The Zhu Yan was blocking our path, but out of nowhere, a mysterious beast appeared and injured the Zhu Yan severely. That was how we managed to get over here successfully." Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat. Initially, he was confused over why Night Spirit hadn't returned after so long. After hearing Foam Man's words, he gradually understood. After killing the Zhu Yan, Night Spirit went to kill the goob bird as well. Before he could finish his thoughts, Su Zimo heard Little Fatty's voice from not far away. "That's bloody lucky. That 9 neonate was way too scary. It spits fire and water that severely injures or kills upon contact. We can't even get close to it. Luckily some black thing appeared out of nowhere and killed it, or we would have all died there." Xuantian remarked as well. "Yes, we saw that too. After killing the 9 neonate, I think that black thing went off for the other 2 pure-blooded ferocious beasts, the hook snake and the huado." Su Zimo's mouth cramped up when he heard that. Chapter 419 Thank You, Night Spirit. Chapter 419 Thank You, Night Spirit. "Bro, you guys are here too. That's good, that's good." Little Fatty's eyes lit up when he caught sight of Su Zimo and the others. He ran over immediately, and his loose robes couldn't cover all his trembling fats. All 6 of them managed to arrive here despite their close encounters. Naturally, that was a cause for joy. Foam Man cupped her fists. 1,000 Crane Sect will not be laying a hand on anything in this Elixir Refinement Hall. We'll head in and check out if there are any ancient talisman manuals that have been preserved." "Yes." Tangyu nodded. Lingro bid farewell to Su Zimo and the others. Tomb Sect and Puppet Sect did not bring many cultivators into the valley to begin with, and now they were left with even less. Little Fatty and Xuantian followed the commanders of their respective sects and left to venture deeper into the ruins in search of treasures and opportunities. At that moment, a black shadow flashed not far away like a ghost. It crept stealthily to Su Zimo's side without anyone noticing it at all. Night Spirit had returned. There was a bloody thing in its mouth, resembling a ball of meat as the stench of blood filled the air. Su Zimo took a casual glance and paid no attention initially. But right after, as if he thought of something, Su Zimo turned back and looked carefully, causing his eyes to twitch uncontrollably. It was the Zhu Yan's head. Its neck area was clearly torn off by sharp claws and it was missing an eye. Biting on its snapped head, Night Spirit had returned just like that. "Eh? Isn't that Night Spirit?" Tangyu smelled the stench of blood and turned to see Night Spirit with a bloody thing in its mouth, standing beside Su Zimo. "Yes," Su Zimo replied without saying anything more. Tangyu frowned slightly. Suddenly, she realized that something was amiss. Night Spirit seemed to have disappeared for a period of time, right after the Zhu Yan appeared. However, everyone's attention was drawn to the Zhu Yan, and they were all trying their best to escape. No one paid any attention to whether Night Spirit was among them. Tangyu could not remember clearly as well. No matter how she tried, she could not recall Night Spirit with them during that period of time, as if it had vanished into thin air. Hesitantly, she asked, "Fellow Taoist Su, was Night Spirit with us the entire time?" "Yes, it was." Su Zimo nodded with a calm expression. "Then, what's that?" Pointing to the blood lump in Night Spirit's mouth, Tang Yu asked in confusion. Su Zimo replied ambiguously, "I don't know either. It must have bitten that off the corpse of a random ancient remnant beast on the way here." By now, the Zhu Yan was completely disfigured. Its flesh was torn in a mess, and its head was dyed red with blood. There was no way Tang Yu could recognize it. Tang Yu was even more confused after asking. Pondering for a moment, she could not come up with a conclusion and let the matter go for the time being. After Tang Yu left, Su Zimo turned to Night Spirit and whispered, "Why did you lug that head back? Why didn't you eat it outside?" Growl. Putting the Zhu Yan's head on the ground, Night Spirit extended its paw and pointed to it before pointing to Su Zimo. If anyone else saw it, they wouldn't have understood what Night Spirit meant. However, Su Zimo knew, and he asked with a frown, "You mean to say that's for me to eat?" Night Spirit nodded and licked its lips with a trace of reluctance on its face. Su Zimo smiled and shook his head. "You can have it. You haven't eaten much good food all these years." Although Su Zimo devoured meat and drank blood back in Sung Lang mountain range for his demonic cultivation, it was for the sake of survival. He was a human after all. Su Zimo truly did not have much appetite when he looked at that bloodied head. When Night Spirit saw that Su Zimo had no intention of eating, it rubbed its head against him before stretching out its paw and piercing a hole on top of the Zhu Yan's head. A moment later, a milky white gooey liquid flowed out from the hole, giving off a fragrance that made one's appetite whetted. "This is..." Blinking, Su Zimo seemed to have thought of something. It was the Zhu Yan's brain. Back in the ancient manuals of Ethereal Peak, there was a remark at the end of the section about the Zhu Yan. An ancient mighty figure ate its brain for food and praised, "The fragrance in your mouth is endless." It was clear how delicious the Zhu Yan's brain was for an ancient mighty figure to give such an evaluation. Night Spirit used its tongue to lick the brain that seeped out and revealed an intoxicated expression. After a while, it lifted the Zhu Yan's head again and handed it over to Su Zimo, indicating to him that he could just suck from the hole. Night Spirit was becoming more and more humane, and was clearly at the peak of Foundation establishment. It could condense an inner core at any time and transform itself, taking on human form. Su Zimo felt a sense of warmth in his heart but still shook his head nevertheless, saying with a smile, "Eat it. I'm still not used to eating something like this." Night Spirit turned to look at Su Zimo with slight disbelief. It could not understand how someone would not like a delicacy as such. Night Spirit only picked up the Zhu Yan's head after ensuring that Su Zimo was truly unmoved. Sucking strongly from the hole in the head, Night Spirit drank the Zhu Yan's brains cleanly with a couple of gulps. It even licked its lips wistfully, yearning for more. Growl. Crying once more, Night Spirit swayed its tail and nimbly circled it in front of Su Zimo. Su Zimo focused his gaze and saw an egg-shaped object pierced on the tip of the tail. It was around the size of a fist and contained an emerald green liquid beneath its skin. "This is the hook snake's gallbladder?" Su Zimo pondered for a moment before probing. Nodding, Night Spirit handed the gallbladder in front of Su Zimo, indicating for him to eat it. If the Zhu Yan's brain was considered as a rare delicacy, the hook snake's gallbladder was considered as one of the rarest herbs in the world. A single drop of the hook snake's gallbladder juice would ensure that an ordinary mortal could live a long life healthily without any ailments. For cultivators, their immunity systems would improve significantly after consuming it, allowing them to be resistant to most poisons. Su Zimo fondled Night Spirit's head and whispered, "Night Spirit, have it yourself. I can be considered immune to all poisons now, so I don't need it." Night Spirit went silent. After a moment, its eyes lit up and it raised its head in Xiaoning's direction, crying a couple of times. "Are you saying that you want to feed Xiaoning the gallbladder?" Su Zimo asked. Night Spirit nodded and made a few gestures. Su Zimo understood. Night Spirit was saying that it failed to protect Xuantian from being poisoned the previous time round and that it wanted to give this to her as an apology gift. Xuantian would not have to worry about getting poisoned in the future after consuming the gallbladder. Su Zimo remained silent. Be it the Zhu Yan's head or the hook snake's gallbladder, both of them were the most precious parts of those two beasts respectively. After retrieving them, Night Spirit did not think of itself but him and Xuantian. It wanted to share the delicacy with him and help Xuantian improve her constitution. The reason why Night Spirit acted the way it did was because it treated Su Zimo and Xuantian as its closest kin. Su Zimo went up and hugged Night Spirit around the waist, patting it on the back while saying softly, "Thank you, Night Spirit." You're tuning into the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.